to this masterclass, which will start very soon in just a few seconds or minutes, I would say. So just hold on. All right, can I ask everyone? All right, everyone, welcome to the Vibe Stage 3 hours non-stop vibe coding masterclass. We will have a lot of things to hack together, but if we want to hack something together and not share it, that's mean. We want to share it with the world because there's a lot of preparation went into this, and I don't want to do it alone. I want to share it with others. So I have an humble request. Please scan this QR code. It's a LinkedIn post that just went online. It has all the information that people can join us live online. And I would highly appreciate your help to repost it on LinkedIn, but don't repost it just without any message. Write something, like write some nice words about vibe coding or whatever you want to build. Or if you tag me, it's okay. If you don't tag me, it's my post. So it will give me some coverage. But I'm doing a lot of volunteer work for the community, so it's the only request I have from you guys. This would be a great favor you can do in order to make this thing reach to a lot of people who need it. And my motto is that I want to democratize AI education. Someone from rural areas of favor you can do in order to India, Pakistan, Afghanistan should be able to access this kind of content that's going to go through this screen. And why should we hold it with us? Why can we not use the technology to send it to the world, and karma will do its job and will bring it back. I believe if in a rural village in India, a 16-year-old kid learns something from today's workshop and go and build a small little app that runs in a small clinic of a doctor, and the doctor becomes super efficient, he might save more lives. And we will be the indirect helpers of that. With that, let's start. Thank you so much if you shared. If you didn't share, please next time when I share, when I show you a QR code, do share it. There's good in it. My name is Emil Sayer. It's going to be a 3 hours long non-stop session. It's going to be a lot of fun. We will build something together. Perhaps it's going to be more than 3 hours. It could be 4 hours, 3.5 hours, but we'll go through it. If you guys have any requirements, drink water, go to the restroom or something, you can ask Benjamin, Maria, Faisal. These are our volunteers. They have a key card and they can instruct you where are the restrooms. Yeah, maybe you can raise your hands, the three of you. That's Maria. Maria doesn't have a key card. Where's the third key card? Oh, it's with Arfaan. Arfaan is coming. He's downstairs. So at least Faisal and Benjamin. You have a key card as well. So Yashvir also has a key card, can help in directions of where is the toilet and so on. Okay? All right, so what we're going to do today is we're going to build a very nice full stack web application for our N8N workflow. The workflow looks something like this, which is a part of the part 1 of this workshop. We'll run it in just a minute and you can see it. Go ahead, please.
Can you share the template for me?
Coming, please, coming. So a small rule of questions. There are a lot of questions coming. This is a very vibrant community, and we will ask a lot of questions. We will have time for a lot of questions. I would love to answer as many questions as I can. So in the next 2-3 slides, you will see a software where we will be able to ask questions. And also, if you hold your question like for 2-3 minutes, I believe it will be answered. But if not, then please ask questions. So this is the template that we built it on 11th of June. Same crazy thing. I went 3 hours live with a room full of 70, 80 people, and we built this workflow. We'll see it in a minute, and you will get a QR code to download it. We're going to build this web application using 2 different coding assistants. The black will be Cursor, the white will be Claude Code. There will be 2 terminals. I'll be showing terminal commands, something that I believe any vibe coder should know and should use. I will be also showing you guys this steps. I will need to quickly run my screen recorder so that we can push some better information to the world when the time comes. There was something running for 10 minutes. Did I run it or somebody else? Or? That was that was amazing. I don't remember running it. So then, oh no, I now remember running it, but this eat is too much. I think it's gonna be a lot of trouble for a lot of us. Okay, that looks good. Okay, so we're gonna have 2 Supabase databases running. One for serving the front end or the full stack application of Cursor, and one for Claude Code. And we'll build 2 different web applications. Right now, what you see here is something that I kind of like give it a try to make sure that it works. It's in another repository, but you will get the repository at the end of the day. And this is the part 1. You can scan the QR codes. There is a recording of part 1, and also there is the workflow template, a JSON file that you can use to download things. All right. So this is the platform for our coding, for our questions, and also sharing some vibes with us. If you press a button there, I will see it on my screen no matter where I am. On a terminal, on a code, it will come here. So that we can stay a little bit in contact asynchronously, so that if I am doing some boring stuff, then you give me these emojis so that I can change something. And there is a question field. If you write a question and send it over to me, I'll see this hand gesture like that. And I know that there is a question coming. And then I will go to my questions list, and then I can answer it one by one, and then I'll delete it, and then we go there. Okay, so we have a very nice structure of collecting questions. Today there is no, oh, actually Jose is there. Hey Jose, hi, where are you? Hi, hi, thank you so much for taking care of the questions. I can see that you're online. Faisal is the man, he says. Thank you. So Jose, you can, I'm holding my WhatsApp, so you can kind of like give me a missed call on WhatsApp if there are questions coming mostly from Vibe Stage. Otherwise, you can take the questions from there, put it on Vibe Stage so that it comes to me, and then I can tackle the questions from there. So, and for the like for the in-person, we will use a microphone. So when you want to ask your question, please wait for a little bit so that I can send you this. So this is kind of like a little magnet thingy. I'll send it to you. You hold it like this so that we can also record your question in the original form so that we can go in a very collaboratively. All right? Then let's go. Who is Emil Sayar? My name is Emil Sayar. I'm originally from Afghanistan. I was born in the middle of the Afghan-Russian war, and my family had to migrate to Pakistan, and I grew up there, went back to Afghanistan, spent there 10 years, less than the time that I spent in Germany. Came to Germany for doing my master's in AI 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago. I'm an entrepreneur. I did multiple companies, 5 companies in the past 17 years. One of the companies that really, after going through all of these cool companies where I worked as a consultant, as a freelancer, I brought all my savings to this company, which is a voice AI agent company. And it's kind of 2023. It's like Jeff Bezos was going to do Amazon. I was going to do voice AI agent, but unfortunately it failed. But there's a lot of lessons to learn, and I'm sharing that lesson back to the community through my free monthly voice AI agent workshops. Every month we do it in this room. Unfortunately, the next one is not in person. It's 100% remote. There is a very good reason for that. You'll discover it in the next slide. We were building this science fiction movie called Knight Rider, KIT. We're building voice KIT. Actually, KIT comes from it's not a spelling or the domain was not available. It's kind of the KIT, the car. The car name was KIT in this Knight Rider movie. Or the movie Her 2013, the Samantha. So we are building this in 2023 and 2024, a voice AI agent that connects to your system, and we go through all the hypes of startups. Unfortunately, my co-founder and I cannot secure any further funding rounds. We have to liquidate the company last year. We did that. That's fine. That's a part of entrepreneurship. And then we find this beautiful piece of software called NA10 because our voice AI agent needs this kind of like, it's just one interface, but then it goes to connect with different backend systems. And an orchestration layer like this is very, very important. I checked make.com. At the time, I think it was just starting. Zapier and everything else. NA10 is the best. We start tackling things around. And I learned a lot about that pretty early in time. But sometimes startups end, but the missions don't. As I said, I'm bringing back that knowledge to the community. I'm building in public. I'm doing everything under recording, and I'm posting it on the internet. So these are regular ones, like we do it every month, nonstop. It started on 15th of March. First, the AI agent got Google Docs access, then some Gmail and some vibe coding, and then search using Perplexity. The next one is very special edition because it's 4th edition. It's happening on 26th and 27th of July, 100% free, 100% remote so that everyone can join. And we're going to build a tiny voice CRM, a personal voice CRM. We're going to do a lot of vibe coding and a lot of NA10 workflows so that when you connect with someone in a meetup through LinkedIn, it automatically shows on your CRM, and then it has a button. You click it, and then you talk to Samantha, and then you take small notes like, hey, I met this guy. He comes from Mumbai, India, and we spoke about Indian movies, and he works at Zalando. And then after 6 months, you see the person, you remember Zalando, you remember Indian movies, but you don't remember his name. You call Samantha, you say that, hey, Samantha, I met someone who works at Zalando. He comes from Mumbai, India. Can you quickly find him from my CRM. And then Samantha goes and then does this so-called retrieval augmented generation, and then it just pulls data with a fuzzy search. So we're going to build that there for its 2 days because it's a lot of work and a lot of N8 and workflows, probably 20 hours packed, like 10 hours per day. So be prepared if you're joining. And that's the QR code to join. Already 300 or something people registered. So there is no limit on number of seats. I'm just thinking about if I go alone, it might be so boring. Maybe I will create like a small setup like this, maybe 10 people in person, and those will be only the champions. Champions are these group of volunteers who I teach a week before the workshop, and then they help others on the day of the workshop. Because when I explain something, when the hands-on session starts, then not everyone can follow all the steps, so then the champions can go and help them to find the right steps. So if you're interested as a champion, reach out to me on LinkedIn. You will probably get a seat in that limited inner circle in this room in those 2 days. You can find everything we do on this Google Docs. I produce very high quality bite-sized tutorials for every single workshop. And all of our workshops are recorded, multi-camera setup, just like the one we see here right now. So we want to produce as much good content as we can so that you can get something that is really nice to take home with you. What I really like to do in this community work that I'm doing it 100% voluntarily. Like literally this particular one where we had 120 people in the room costed around 25,000 euros. It was a very big workshop, a very expensive workshop, and I managed to get sponsors for that 25,000 euros. So there's a lot of efforts going on in this, but I want to do it at least until the end of this year. And I really need support from everyone. If you in any way can support me, please do so, because it would be sad if this movement I started, it fades away. This is not nice. Anyways, so that's the vibe coding crash course that I recorded during the time. 38 lectures, teaches you everything what we're going to do today. This is a masterclass. It's not a hands-on session, because I'm going to go super fast and there are going to be 2 tracks going on. So you can't follow as I'm typing. I'm even not typing. I'm using a dictation tool. But you can use this free course to kind of like find your way out to vibe coding. It's a very detailed course. And another vibe coding course is coming very, very soon. I'm just waiting for time, which will include what we're going to do today in a very detailed way, like small bite-sized 5-minute, 7-minute, 10-minute long videos. Special thanks to our sponsors, Æthos, this workspace where they're working on bringing ethical AI or responsible AI applications. And CIC, this entire building, Cambridge Innovation Center, these are the actual big heroes who make these events possible in person, especially AI taking everything and making everything virtual. And these in-person events are the last thing that we as human beings can do. I think this community is becoming more important in the AI era. All right, I have one last humble request and then we start, I promise. That is, please take a picture of me with this. Post something on LinkedIn and tag me, because that's the only way, the only currency you can give back to me. I do it only to get a little bit more reach on LinkedIn, and the LinkedIn algorithm will only work if you guys can tag me on LinkedIn and you can do some posts. Okay? So let's go to the workflow first and take it from there. So what we did last time was we went to ThoughtWorks. It's a very nice place. And we went live for 3.5 hours or so. You already have the QR code for this. And we had, so this workflow works like this. In this example, I'm jumping on a call with Joanna. We're having a nice little conversation, a demo, and we are using a software called Blue Dots. Blue Dots produces the transcripts and sends this information to the workflow that I'm using. And then this workflow, basically, which we can run it now, will produce a follow-up email based on the conversation that we had. So that was the part one. You have a meeting with someone, you turn off the meeting, 2 seconds or maybe 20 seconds later, you see a follow-up email in your inbox, in the drafts of your email. So let's go and check it out, that workflow that we built last time. And you already have the JSON file for that. This is the workflow. I have the data pinned so that I don't need to run a demo of the Google Meet right now. And if I execute this, you can see that right now the AI agent is running. It did some storing in the database, which failed. I know why it failed, because I changed the table names, but it at least created the email. And if I go to my draft folder and refresh, perhaps this was blocked because of the, let's quickly check this out. Yeah, it was blocked because of the error. Now, since I manually triggered it, you can see there is this email that was just sent right now. And this email is based on the data that was inside that meeting transcript that was sent to me by the webhook from the software called Blue Dot. And this can be any software. This can be Author or what is it called? If something, there are a lot of these software that takes meeting minutes, meeting notes. Alrighty, so now we have all the data in Supabase. What we want to do in this masterclass is build a full stack application with Cursor and Taskmaster to kind of like create a front end where we can search these transcripts and add new meeting transcripts and so on. But before I do that, I would like to do something else. I would like to show you guys how this whole thing works. The way you set up Taskmaster is you go to Taskmaster. It's just one npm command away. You execute that in your terminal, npm install -g taskmaster AI. And then you get it done, and then you do some MCP settings, and then you get your MCP settings running here. I'm not going to go through the setup. It's very simple. It's just putting your Perplexity and your Claude keys there. Eventually, you'll get this MCP server setting done there.
And it's inside Cursor.
It's inside Cursor. So this is an extension of Cursor. We're not going to use this right now on this current demo, what we're doing. We're going to do a snake game. We're going to build a snake game both in Claude code and as well in Cursor. I have a small setup here, and I have already pushed everything you see here on GitHub, and you receive all the links for that on your underneath this video, so you can find it on YouTube as well. There is some Docker container and some code in here that allows me to run Claude code in a dangerous mode. That means it can do a lot of things. It can go by itself. So therefore, it's important to run it inside that Docker container. And you don't need to know what's Docker container, but go ahead, knock yourself out on a lot of nice YouTube videos. But basically, it creates this virtual environment. And if something goes wrong, it goes wrong in that virtual environment. It doesn't delete something in my computer. OK? So I'm going to run this terminal here. The white one is basically our Claude code. So this is our cursor, and this is our Claude code. This is, by the way, also a vibe-coded software, the thing that writes on the top of these screens. And it's a part of our vibe stage. This thing is called vibe stage, which is helping me also do the things, the live stream and so on. OK, it's going to get really crazy now. And this is a good time to do that photo that you want to post on LinkedIn. So I'm going to prompt something to both of these guys. Before doing that, I'm going to run here Claude dangerously skip permissions. Just let's run Claude first. That is good. Let's go on. Let me double check if I did it correctly so that Claude is running. Yep, this is correct. So Claude is now running on the right side. Cursor is running on the left side. And we are going to build a little bit of a code and see which one wins the race. This is going to take like literally 5 minutes, I think. It depends on their speed. And then I will ask someone from the crowd to come and play this game and then rate it from 1 to 10. What's the score of the game that is produced by Claude and Cursor? And then we will announce a winner, which one is the winner. And then we'll get to that long-term thing that's building the entire web application with Supabase, which will take like maybe 2.5 hours or 3 hours. All right, so now I'm going to press a button on my computer. It's going to bring forward a so-called dictation tool. So it's not a part of any of these technologies. It's just a voice-to-text dictation tool. Can you please create a snake game just using JavaScript, CSS, and HTML, and make it super creative with a lot of animations and with a lot of fading and gradients and so on? It's a very fuzzy, very generic prompt. Goes there, and it goes here. I'm going to hit both of them at the same time. So we're running Claude for Sonnet here. This is Claude code. I'm not sure exactly which model is running. I think also runs on Sonnet 4. So I'm going to hit run. And both of these environments are done in a way that it goes automatically. It doesn't get stuck. Sometimes Cursor gets stuck, but I will explain why it gets stuck and how can we unstuck it. So it's a good time to see how this thing goes. So this is a new way of building software. It's literally talking to the microphone and then seeing things happening in general. So right now you can see here, this is generating not much happening, but here it has one cool feature that it creates tasks. Look, it created a few tasks that I'm going to create the HTML structure, design CSS, implement JavaScript, add the particles effect. I'm now curious to see what is the particle effect that it adds. Right now, Claude, there is a question coming. Right now, the cursor does not manage tasks in a way that Claude Code is managing tasks. But once we start doing the other one, then the task management will also start. There we go. It finished all its tasks. It's working on the CSS now. Apparently, Claude Code finished its work. So by speed, Claude Code gets its score now. Let's see by outcome which one is the winner. So meanwhile, I'm going to go and run Claude Code's game. So we have both of them running here. So this is the Claude Code. I'm going to run it right here. Okay, so this is the snake game. Okay, I'm not impressed, to be honest. It's so slow. Oops. And also the snake stopped working. So literally the moment it touched the bait, it stopped working. I'm going to refresh it and play it one more time. And I'll bring someone to play with this game as well. Again, it stopped working. So didn't get the job done properly. Sorry, Claude lovers, your snake game didn't do well. So Cursor is still working on it. Perhaps some logic change, something that is right now happening under the hood. We can only guess what can happen. Meanwhile, I would like to prompt something to Claude. I will make it fast and also ask Claude to fix the problem. The movement of the snake is super slow. Can you make it faster? And also when I get the bait, there's an explosion happening. It should not. The snake should get bigger. So that prompt goes to Claude Code. And let's see what have we got here. So this is also running. Now let's run the other terminal, this one. Here I have also the snake game running. I'm going to run the snake game. Okay, this looks different. So I'm going to put them side by side quickly. Okay, so the left side is Cursor, and the right side is Claude Code. Let's see which one has a better experience, okay? So we're gonna bring one person to, okay, there is some bug here. Like the moment I click it, it doesn't work. So I'm gonna fix it first and then someone will come and play this, okay? So this is also not working and this is also not working. But that's a part of the problem. So let's try to fix this. I take a screenshot from Cursor output, paste it here, and I ask something. I don't know what's going on, but literally when I start the game, I see this game over screen. And let's give the same prompt here. What's the problem of this dude? It's still slow, and when I get the bait, it stops. So let's get this thing also over here. I think it makes sense if I bring them here. All right, so one first user experience thing that I should explain. That's a little bit of a bummer. Here I cannot paste a screenshot in Claude code. The solution is that you can save it on your desktop and then drag and drop it. It's not a very good user experience. I'm going to just explain it too. Still, the snake is super slow, and also I cannot get the snake longer. So when it gets the bait, it doesn't get longer. So I'm going to let Claude code run. And here I can see that still cursor is working. Let's see what it got. It says that it got the issue, but we'll see what's actually the outcome. All right, so I will go to the questions now. First question, thank you. Emil, I couldn't open the QR code on the N18 template. Can you please share again? Yes, I will share it on the live channel. The ID Claude code running on. The white one is the Claude code. Actually, this is from YouTube. What about Replit? We're not going to do Replit. Singa Aurora. Actually, we speak this language called Pashto. Okay, so apparently cursor did the job, so we're gonna see. Okay, but one thing I just realized that it literally changed. Did you notice? It used to be totally a different one, and now it's a different feature. So it changed the feature. So that can happen when you're vibe coding. It can happen like you ask to do something, and it literally changes the whole concept.
It recreates everything.
It recreates it. So if you want to see what was the case, we can go and replay quickly this. So somewhere here, I think we had the game running, right?
Does it mean that you have to put on limitation on it? Don't change anything else except this?
That's the point about Taskmaster. Yes. So it hallucinated. So look, it used to be something like this with a lot of neons and so on, and it changed something. And the reason that this happens is because, well, we never actually played this one. I'm confusing, but it's possible that it can change. Like when you're prompting something, it changes something that's totally unrelatable. And that's a very common problem in vibe coding. So the reason is because Zatra from YouTube, what tool you use to use your voice instead of typing prompts? It's called Super Whisper. Super Whisper. All right, so the Claude code, so basically the game by this, it's so addictive, Dave. I remember the Nokia 3310 times. Those who laughed, they're like at least 40 years old, I think. Anyways, so that game is ready for test. I'm gonna bring someone to come and play. Let's see if this game is, ooh, this is so fast. Okay. Now, I would like to ask someone to come and play this game and give us a score. By show of hands, who want to come and play? Please, come here, sit in my place, and then try to play the game and let us know what's your feeling.
Both of them?
Yeah, both of them. Give a score to each of them. Space? Arrow keys or, yeah, WSD. From the user experience, the graphics, the smoothness, the interaction, everything that you think that.
So this actually seems surprisingly smooth as of now. Sometimes it like jitters a little bit and the graphics are a little weird. And the other one is way too fast.
Actually, usually it gets faster when you.
Oh yeah, maybe that was the rule, the physics rule that that Claude Code implemented automatically.
The cursor one is a little too slow, like it doesn't get
Yeah.
faster. And the Claude Code one is obviously way too quickly, and you can't really.
I got another crazy idea. Can you wear this so that we
Yes, of
can
course.
get you as a very nice voice quality can go fast better? So, do you want to change something? Like talk to the microphone and then change
Sure.
some prompts? What do you want to change here? Just talk to the microphone, that's it.
Could you change that the snake gets a little faster every time it eats the bait?
And do some change here.
Could you make it so that there is the squared lines inside of the game are more visible so that I know where the snake is going and where the bait is? And could you make it so that the snake doesn't move as quickly and doesn't increase in speed as drastically the more it eats?
I have a question.
Yes.
Is it about Claude and cursor, or is it about prompt engineering?
It's about a lot of strings attached. It's kind of like a very long answer. It has a long answer, but it's not just prompt engineering. I would say prompt engineering is fading out because the LLMs are becoming so smart. It used to be like a position, like prompt engineer making 300,000 euros a year ago, but everybody can talk. And everybody knows at least one of the 50 languages of the LLMs. So your prompts are done. Let's check it out. Go ahead, try it out and see if the change was there. So it got a little bit better, right? How do you feel now? Is it better?
It is better, but it's already, I mean, compared to the cursor one, it's still way quicker.
Oh,
That's cool.
Cursor added some voice. Did I hear some voice from the?
And every time you eat something, it shakes a little, like
Oh.
it shows you that you ate something. That's cool.
It adds a little kind of like a shake of the entire window. Shoot, that's so cool. Come on, tell me which one is the winner. You have to give a score from 1 to 10.
The cursor one is the winner, in my opinion, because it sort of already designed the UI a little more, and there's like a title, your score, high score, and then the fact that it added the sound and the like shake of the screen automatically without me even prompting that, I think is quite a big difference.
So
And just
Cursor was more
visually,
creative,
yeah.
proactive.
And it just looks better.
Yeah, cool. And by show of hands, what do you think? Just raise your hand. Like, is Cursor the winner? A lot of people. Is Claude the winner? Nobody. Oh, I'm sorry, Claude lovers. I just ruined your life. Alrighty. That was literally the start of it. We're now gonna go in the serious business and build a full stack application. All right. That's gonna go to LinkedIn in just a minute. AI automation. Okay, dokie. I got the microphone back. It was a little fun project. Anyone else want to play the snake game? No, do it at home alone. We have a long way to go. All right, so that was good, fun little thing. Now let's get serious with building a full stack application. And during this process, I'm gonna show you guys a few small tips and tricks, but in my Vibe Coding 101 crash course, I already have really deep level of like what to do, what not to do, and how to do things as a vibe coder. And also, in that course, we actually built the first version of this software. This software that kind of like allows to put these emojis on the top and change these camera setups and so on and so forth. So this is a product of that crash course. And even it can kind of like wirelessly connect this camera. This is Vibe Stage 2.0. It's kind of like not exactly the same course material that we did in that vibe coding crash course, but it's the next version of it. And I have recorded myself while building Vibe Stage 2.0 so that you guys can get some material. But it was like 2 days of like 20 hours of vibe coding in a row. So I kind of like created like time lapse of every 2-3 hours and then 2 minutes of a presentation what I built, time lapse and so on. But it's open source, so you can get access to the code of this as well. And you can run it for your own workshops and classes and so on. All right, so let's do the same thing one more time, but this time we're going to build a full stack web application using Superbase. Before I go there, any questions? I don't see any questions on Vibe Stage. Any questions in person? Please ask it on this microphone.
When vibe coding, how often do you interact with the code itself without the prompts from these AIs?
So the question is, how often do I interact personally with the code? The 10%, 20%, I would say. So the workflow I have is like I prompt. I keep seeing things happening. I let it happen, especially with this workflow that you saw that we didn't interfere with it. It's a specific mode. It's called YOLO mode. And then I, once the feature is done and I can test it, if you know from software engineering world, white box and black box testing. So once the feature is 100% done, I do a black box testing. And then after that, before doing git commit, what's git commit? We'll see it in a minute. It's basically saving the code in GitHub. Before I'm doing a git commit, I go to my git diff. What is git diff? We'll also see that in our code base in just a minute. It's basically the difference that it made or the files that it changed. I go through it, skim it, like just the same way as I used to do code reviews on GitHub. And if I have a question, I ask a question about that part. Most often it gets it right, most often, because that age of committing API keys to front end or to repositories is gone. Like nowadays, the rules of Taskmaster, we'll see it in a minute. Even if you do have a key, a private key in your environment variable, or you're pushing an environment variable to GitHub, it will block it. They have a so-called pre-commit hook, and it will not allow you to do that. So it's just about the time that these AI agents are going to get much better and better and then go on. Any follow-up questions?
Yes. Where do you see the 10% gone?
What was the, sorry,
Where do you see the 10% of interaction gone?
10% gone?
Yeah, gone. Completely zero interaction.
Oh, when do I see, good question. So when do I see what that I can go 100% on the AI agent? I think it's just a couple of years ago, like maybe 1 year later, it's going to be 100%.
And would this be true for production environment?
Yeah. Also for production. I mean, the current AI assisted coding is just the same way as the old school Stack Overflow copy paste. It's just the developer's responsibility between the two commits. Like I check out a new branch, I'm building a new feature. If in between that time, no matter where I get the code from an LLM or from an AI-assisted development, it's the same concept, the old concept. There is another question.
So are you just saying that you always work on one feature, get committed, then move to the next feature on the YOLO mode? Or
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Yeah, we will see that in action
okay,
now.
got it.
Anyways.
Perfect.
Another question? Yeah, there is another question.
Not the same question, but like from your experience, for example, if we look on the snake example, what's the best? Because you just gave like the prompt, the whole prompt that you want to create the game, but usually is it like the stages that you are building? Like it's better to give stage by stage, like I want to front end, then.
I see what you mean. Yeah, that's right. So to be honest, the snake game was the worst way to do vibe coding, but I just want to give you guys kind of like a aha moment first, and then we go to the boring thing. Probably 50% of this room will fall asleep if I do a bad job, but I try to do something that looks nicer.
Thank you.
Yeah, another question? Yes, Yashvir?
Do you think you will have time to just...
There is a microphone.
Thank you. Do you think you would have time to just go through like very basics and just show, okay, this is how you install cursor and get to the point you are right now, just 5 minutes quickly? Because I
Unfortunately,
wanna
this
go
is
with you.
a masterclass, and I wanted to kind of like show what's possible
Okay.
to the very advanced level, not
Okay.
hands-on, not kind of like tutorial
follow through, okay.
Approach. Therefore, it's not hands-on. In the setup of the room is also not with tables.
Right.
It's kind of like a show that you see that what at the maximum level,
Got it.
if you take it, what's possible.
Right.
And now once we start the next round, it's going to go super fast.
Okay.
And then in between each prompt, the prompt of this snake game was super fast.
Right.
Like, sorry, the implementation of that was super fast. We prompted it, immediately there was some result because the amount of code was this much. Now we're going to produce a lot of code, and in between that time we can do Q&A, but actually setting up how cursor works, how to set up the MCP server, and so on. That's all in my YouTube tutorial. You can do it at home, easy. Yeah.
Quick question. What's the role of Taskmaster? Is just to add capabilities into cursor, or what do we always need to add Taskmaster within cursor?
The short answer is memory. So it extends the context of Taskmaster. It reduces hallucinations. But we will see it in great detail in just a minute when we go and produce the Taskmaster tasks for our full stack application. Any other question? All righty, let's get to the job then. No questions from online dudes and ladies. And we have 45 people live. Nice. I'm trying my best, guys, to give you guys the best experience, but at the cost of, let me show you guys one thing. Like at the cost of this. At the cost of like everybody in the room sees us again. It's a missing feature of VibeStage. And come on, guys, I need some more contributors on VibeStage. So please do contribute and reach out to me if you want to contribute to VibeStage. Indeed, I have an inner circle of NA10 workflows. I already did the shortlisting. We have like 10 people in that WhatsApp group. It's already at the capacity. But if you want to contribute to VibeStage, it's a new WhatsApp group. It has 0 contributors yet, right now. And it's this software. We need to kind of like build this feature so that we don't show it here to the person, like to the current audience, and then we show it only to the online audience so that they can also see this. Alrighty, so we're starting now to the next level. Okay. In my vibe coding crash course, the first thing I show you guys is how to use this thing called terminal. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for that vibe stage things that's running. So why terminal? Because Anthropic understood the need for this, that they went with terminal. Look, this is just a terminal. It's a CLI. Claude Code is a CLI. Claude Code today lost the game to a snake game, but still we don't know if it's going to lose the game for that full stack application. And also it's kind of like 6 months old product. In a couple of years, we'll know who is the winner. A lot of senior developers are saying that because Anthropic is the producer of Claude, the LLM, and Claude Code, the product, they're going to end up building Claude Code the best way possible. And Cursor, being just a tiny team using the other LLMs, they right now have a very nice RAG solution for and caching and code traversing and so on. They are the best in the market, but Claude Code might take over. So why terminal? Because terminal is the core. It has been there forever. The UI may morph, it may change to voice interfaces and so on, but the terminal is the lowest level where you can go things. So in my crash course that I showed you guys earlier, terminal is number 1 that you will learn, and Git is number 2 that you will learn. And we will see both of them in just a minute. All right, so we're going to do things from the very, very beginning, okay? So let's give our project a name. The project that I give a name was like Minute App, because it's a hub of meeting minutes. The first thing we can do is go to GitHub and then create 2 repositories. And then I will share these repositories with you guys. So since we're going to create these, let's call it meeting dash this time. This is going to be a Cursor project. It's public, so you guys can get access to it. It's on emilsire.com. That's the URL, basically. You can find my GitHub from my website as well here. And then when you go there, it's a public repository. You can find both of them there. And then I will be pushing now all of them in real time, so you have access, and then you can pull it. So I'm going to clone this one first. So let's bring this thing here. And then meeting dash goes to Cursor. I'm going to open a Cursor window here. And at the same time, I'm going to open or create another repository. I will create this meeting dash Claude Code. And then I will clone this. Here. Okay. So I have now 2 repositories. One meeting dash Claude Code and meeting dash Cursor. So let's put these 2 terminals side by side. Wrong, side by side. Yep. So on the left, I have Claude Code. On the right, I have wrong, because we have another setup. So that's my cursor. This is the meeting dash. This is the correct one. So you can see this is the Claude code, and this is the cursor. Okay, we'll come back in these places a lot. Let's keep it clean. Now for this one, I'm going to use VS Code. So let's open this in VS Code. And I changed the theme of this to white so we can easily tell apart which one is which. So I'm going to put this one here. So we have in white color this one, and in black color our cursor. I make a joke all the time, like I'm that guy who writes code in dark mode. So I hope the dark mode is the winner. Anyways, by show of hands, can we make some teams? Team cursor? Not so many. Okay, team Claude code. Okay, there are some people who does not want to be as a part of a team. Hi. Okay, so what we're going to do now is put this inside a container so that we don't arm something inside my computer. So I will open this folder, and I also have the other one, the snake one, running here somewhere. Here, the Claude code one. I have already added this little thing called div container. I'll just copy it and paste it here and push it so that you guys get something. It's kind of like a boilerplate for running it inside a container. And I'll show how to do that in just a minute. So I'm going to git add, git commit, git push. I have created an alias, so git cp, like commit push. It has all those steps under the hood. So I'm going to add added div container Docker file. So now if you go to your GitHub on Claude code, you should see at least this div container Claude code and then all these files that are needed in order to run what? This little thing called div container. It's an extension. You need to install it in the in VS Code or in Cursor or whatever that you're running. And I'm saying like, hey, please open this, and it's from this folder called meeting-Claude code. If I open it, for the first time, it's going to take some time because it's spinning off a container and it is running a virtual environment. It's adding the images and so on. And I already have a Docker container, a daemon running in here. So it's going to spin off one of those containers. And now if everything went fine, it should, there we go. It's now inside a container. This terminal is inside a container. It's not inside my computer. So inside my computer, it looks different. It's a different folder structure. Okie dokie. So we are good to go with our Claude code and with our cursor. In the cursor, MCP settings is across all the places, and keep an eye when you do your MCP settings that this little dot is green when you're running Taskmaster. How do you run Taskmaster? Wait for another week. I'm really busy this week with We Are Developers. I'm in the process of producing a nice detailed vibe coding crash course for Taskmaster only. So that will come very soon on my YouTube channel for free. No strings attached. So now what do we want to do? We want to go step by step by step. I don't have a checklist in front of me. Taskmaster will become a checklist for us. And so would be the case in Claude code under the hood as a task management system, and that will maintain the task list for us. So we'll see that in just a minute.
This question, what about codecs? The ChatGPT's codecs?
Well, that the question is like, what about codecs? In that case, then we have.
comparison with these two, isn't that?
I don't know. Like, I've never used codecs myself. I cannot make a statement about codecs here. But only if I had 48 hours in a day, I would literally check every single one of them and then do this. But I don't know. As someone, well, I didn't tell you guys. Did I tell you guys how many years of experience? Yeah, I have 23 years of experience as a developer, as a software engineer. 17 years full stack, 7 years AI application. I have a master's degree in AI, bachelor's degree in computer science. I would love to swallow all of this knowledge that is out there in the world, but I can't keep up with this much information that's produced. I don't know codecs. I know it exists. I know it's like a button there on the top left corner of ChatGPT. I don't know if they have a CLI. I don't know if it can be integrated with an IDE or not, but just it's about time that I will try it out and share some insights. All right, so we have these two things running. And we need a so-called PRD, Product Requirement Document. By show of hands, who is a product manager in this room? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Anyone wants to explain what's a PRD to us?
It's a set of requirements.
No, that is not a good explanation. I want a very good detailed explanation for everyone.
Okay, so when we start with the feature, let's say we go through all the details and the requirements in terms of why we need something. And this document is a document that serves everyone around, including business stakeholders as well as technical stakeholders. And turning all of this information into a to-do list, let's say, where every single detail of this feature, and if you put it for a product itself, should be clear enough that anyone working with it should know what are the things they have to do. And this goes through stakeholders for confirmation. This goes through design for making all those changes or discovery of the feature from design side, as well as you turn this into stories later on for developers so they can work with it, and also then turn it into subtasks for the stories. So it has to be a very discrete and specific document.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much. That was very, very cool description of what Taskmaster is. Sorry, Taskmaster.
PRD is.
I'm so much into Taskmaster, yeah? Yeah, that's wonderful. Okay, so that's absolutely, I could not do better than that, so don't lose my microphone, okay?
I have it.
Yeah, pass it to the next question. Okay, so we're gonna do a PRD for what we're gonna build. And I'm gonna go to Excalidraw, excalidraw.com, one of the beautiful pieces of software I know, also open source, also European tech, a Prague-based company. I really like European tech, like N8N Berlin-based, 11 Lab Polish company. This one, Prague-based. So what we're gonna build is a web page that will have like literally some list of, I'm doing a very abstract wireframe, okay? List of meeting minutes. And then when I click one of those meeting minutes, I would like to see a drawer opening for that particular meeting minute on the top of everything else. And then a way to add meeting minutes. Because we saw in that N8N workflow, let me put this thing away from us. We'll come back to our drawings occasionally, so we'll have it here. When we saw that N8N workflow here, when we clicked and ran it, let me fix this Supabase thingy, and then we can see the actual meeting minutes, meeting details. It is meeting N8N. This should do the job. Yep. Save, refresh, save. Okay. So if I run this, you can see that we're already saving a lot of data inside the Supabase. The moment my call is done from Google Meet or Zoom or whatever, there is a so-called webhook configured This thing is called a webhook. It's basically an API that is coming to me. And the moment I click this, or I have to click it here to show it to you guys, but under the hood, it is executed the moment the actual workflow is executed, and then a database entry happens. So this database entry will go to that front end that we are going to build. Which front end? This front end. So every single item here is going to be one meeting entry for us. I'm not sure if I'm running it right now, but this is the version that I built earlier. So these meeting minutes are one of the meeting minutes that I had actually running on Google Meet, and it will magically appear on this UI that we will build. Okay? So let's go to here. Oh, that's a snake game here. And we need a PRD. It's a very complex project. It has a lot of moving pieces. It has an authentication. It has a sign up. It has a login. It has an email confirmation. It has a list of things to show. Here, list of things to show. And it has a drawer menu. It has certain things to put, like what is it called? A CSS library or a component library, Eero UI for Next.js. We'll be using TypeScript, and it's a lot of information. So that, as you beautifully said, it's a document that serves between the business and also the technical team. So we can also inject certain logic in the PRD that's going to go to the LLM, and we'll teach the LLM that you have to build this with these technologies, okay? So let's go and do that. I'm going to use ChatGPT for this PRD generation. Crazy idea. Do you want to do this this PRD for me?
In which language, Pashto or?
You know Pashto? تاسو پښتو خبرې کوئ؟ ډېره ښه. پښتو کې کولی شئ تاسو. راځئ. So you can sit here and give a very detailed description to this thing, okay?
But what's the goal you want to achieve with this product?
I thought I just explained that. So let me explain it for you. I'm going to prompt you, and you're going to prompt this. So
You tell me once, I don't get it. You tell me once.
Okay, so don't type. It's boring. Typing is 1996. Wait a minute, I have another dictation tool. So what I would like to do is I would like to build a web application that has like, there's one table called meetings, and meetings has all the meeting minutes stored in markdown. It's a type of, it's a format, markdown. And then I want it to be in Supabase. Maybe you can take notes. You want to take notes? You can also have a conversation with me. This thing.
Maybe we do it like this. So we start a dictation, and
And have a, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, then let me turn on the dictation tool. This should do the job.
Okay, so my first question to you would be, what is this product about?
So it's a product for building, literally, can you please? So the first question is like, what's the product about? It's a product for showing meeting minutes.
And
So
how do you want to show it?
I want to show it on a web application in a table format so that every single row is one meeting minute along with the meeting time, meeting title, and that's it. Those two columns. And then when I click on one of those rows, a drawer opens and then shows all the meeting minutes in a markdown format. There should be like a markdown reader, a package called React Markdown something, because we want to build this using Next.js, TypeScript, and Supabase.
That's the technology stack you want
That's
to
the
build on.
technology stack.
Okay. And what happens when I close it?
What happens when you close the drawer?
The drawer.
I should see back the whole meeting list. The meeting list should be there all the time. Like when I click one and then the drawer opens, I see the meeting list. I close it and then I see the list of the
Is
meetings.
there something in terms of like a management of it? Like what are the meetings done? What do you need to do in the future? Or
No, for the first version, I want to keep it simple. Only the list of meeting minutes. And oh, indeed, there should be a button on the top right corner which says Add Meeting Minutes. If I click on the add, I should see a markdown editor so that I can copy paste a markdown on the left side. On the right side, I should see the preview of the markdown so that I can format my meeting minutes on the go. And then when I click on save, it can create a new meeting minute. And I also want to edit my meeting minutes. So I can mouse over. There should be a nice little mouse over icon. I click on that edit button, and then it should show back an edit dialog where I see the same markdown editor where I can change my meeting minutes. I can see the preview in markdown. Definitely, the editor should be a WYSIWYG editor. What you see is what you get. Editor, and also on the right side the preview of markdown, and then if I save it, and then it goes back and saves in the database, and then the model dialog should close. Actually, since we have the details showing in the model dialog, I want also the add new and edit to be also not a model dialog. Sorry, I used the wrong term. Drawer, not model dialog. I want all of them to be a drawer. The add new, the edit, and the meeting details. All of them should be in the drawer. And one more UX I just thought about, the detail, when I open it, should have an edit icon on the top right corner somewhere. If I click that, all the text should change to text input so that I can change the text.
okay. Do you need to add anything further, or that's all?
That's all.
Okay.
Okie dokie. Okay, so that's basically just normal ChatGPT prompt. Thank you. That you can do. And as I want to create a PRD from this, I'm going to prompt it at the very start of the text that, can you please create a PRD document for me and have it in, a PRD stands for Product Requirement Document, and create a detailed markdown for this. Please don't include any timeline and budget and any business-related topics, because this PRD is intended to be used only by the engineering team. And try to explain it in as detail as possible, especially those technologies like TypeScript, Next.js, Supabase, a CSS component library called Eero UI, Tailwind CSS, and so on. So I'm going to let the transcript do the job. And as I expected, it's Eero UI. And I'm going to let this run. And now ChatGPT will generate a document for me. If it didn't, then I will force it to generate a document for me. It's not, I will force it to generate a document in just a minute once the completion is done. What's your good name? Tayyab. Tayyab Khan at the task. Okay, so please put it. So now the document is done. I'm going to ask that, can you please convert it into a document so that I can leave a comment in parts of this document, not everywhere. So it's now generating a document. Why did I do that? So this is the most important part in vibe coding. Like, if you want to make sure that you build something nice, you spend like, I don't know, at least 1 hour on your product requirement document. We don't have 1 hour to spend on this, but I will try to make sure that it doesn't hallucinate, because this is the input that's going to go to the LLM. I think it's Abraham Lincoln said, if I have to cut trees in 6 hours, I'll sharpen my axe in 4 hours of that. So it's that time for you. You have to make sure your PRD is properly done. And this is the time now, product owners are the most, what do you call it, high demanding talent, because they know how to build products, but they didn't know how to write code. Now they suddenly get to know how to write code.
Know partly, but don't know how to turn it into working software.
Exactly. Now, if you acquire that knowledge, you become unstoppable. And now if you're a product owner or manager or whatever it's called, and you know marketing, then you become another kind of a beast, because you can build little software and then sell it on the internet. And so is the case with sales guys. If you know how to sell, then you can build software and sell it. Okay, so we have this document thingy created, and let's quickly go through it. So the meeting minute viewer and editor purpose, this is product is a web-based application designed to view, create, and edit meeting minutes. The interface presents a list of meeting summaries in tabular layout, enables users to edit individual meeting minutes through a side drawer with full markdown editing and previewing capabilities. So it got the gist of it very quickly. Let's go quickly through the functional requirements. Meeting minutes, UI components, each row display meeting minutes, meeting time, rows clickable, interaction, meeting minutes, view detail, drawer, top right corner, add new meeting minutes. I'm skimming through it, so please, you guys also skim. If you found something that's really out of the box of our conversation, please raise it so that we don't feed the LLM something wrong. Edit existing meeting minutes, trigger, hover, edit, so it got that little detail as well correctly. UX details, design, view, edit.
I wonder if there should be a cancel button as well in case the
Good point.
component names are close it.
There should be a cancel button as well if I don't want to save the changes. Persistent table, meeting minutes, live markdown preview, WYSIWYG markdown editing. Here we can show that there is a, well, let's rely on the LLM to see which NPM package it picks, and then we'll go and change the NPM package on the fly. I was going to say like which one to use, but that's gonna influence the LLM's choice. Tech stack Next.js, that is wrong, because now we are on V15, right? If you guys know. I'll just put it like latest version. Search the internet. Next.js version, I think 15.1 is the latest one. So you can see that 15.1 is the latest one. That was because of the cut-off knowledge of ChatGPT. It was thinking that that it is 13. So it was going to make some big mistakes there. This is too much. This is server-side rendering. I don't want to kind of influence that. Okay, that's good. So it's creating the interfaces, what should be there. Hero UI component primitives, nice. React Markdown. So apparently everything seems to be good. So non-responsive and keyboard accessibility, that's fine. Version history for meeting minutes. Oh, that's good. Like it has some open questions, collaboration. We don't need them, so I'm gonna just remove it so that it's easier to add it.
I just want to add one point, Chandra, it's also good to tell it what not to do. Because sometimes it does things on its own and then you are going through versions again and again.
What should be the not to is a very long list. It can be anything.
You just like give it a hint, like kind of like draw a
Boundary.
boundary which is a bit wait. It doesn't have to be completed.
Yeah.
Just to,
But this looks okay. I'm not sure.
It's fine.
Yeah, this is okay. We can just copy this and then let's go. This is now the prompt time, okay? So I'm gonna, did I git commit, git push this one or not? Let's quickly check the git status. Do we have any unchecked? No, not here. And here we don't, but what I want to do now is take this meeting dash cursor. I'm going to create a so-called prd.txt, paste the whole thing. Actually, it's a markdown, but for some reason, txt is a taskmaster preference. I'm going to just keep it like that so that taskmaster is not upset. And then I'm going to quickly do this. Git cp, added prd.txt. Why? Because if something goes wrong, I can come back and git stash. This is a very, very good process. Like always, once you have one piece of work that is nicely done, save it in GitHub, and then let the LLM do all the crazy things. If the LLM couldn't get it right, then git stash, get out of there. So that is done. This guy is crazy by itself. It will create its own internal thing, so we need to paste it there. So since it's running inside this container, I don't get the liberty of kind of like using my up arrow keys to write it down. So I'm going to just copy it from the other container that I already created, but you're welcome to type it again if you want. So I'm going to run it. It's running. Nice. So our powerful modern, yeah. I don't want to end up being one of those guys who paid like 7,000 euros on Claude or Cursor. There was a lot of tweets and LinkedIn posts about that in the past couple of days. Anyway, so here I already have this in my clipboard. I'm going to tell it that create tasks for this PRD. Oh, that was not nice. I have to skip. Create tasks for this PRD and then paste. The UX of Claude Code is, to be honest, it still has a lot of work to do. Did you see I didn't know how to create a new line to paste. Now I pasted it and it kind of, I don't know how to scroll back and forth. There's no way. I'm right now scrolling. I can't see it, but now I can. Look, it says like 161 lines, but yeah, it's 161 lines, but it's not the best UX out there. Anyways, so I pressed enter. It is now creating the tasks, and I'm going to ask the same thing here. There's a nice little feature here that if I click on open as editor, and then it's going to take over the whole window, and it's easier for me to kind of like prompt things here. Can you please create taskmaster tasks from this PRD document? So I ask Claude Sonnet, here Claude Sonnet 4, using taskmaster underneath the current setup that I have. So look, it detected something. It said like, I used the term taskmaster. It said, hey, are you using this MCP? I have to click yes, go ahead. And now it took the task, the PRD, it created these folders. Look at this. This is exactly what Taskmaster is good at, creating these things off the shelf. It created all of these files. If I would be doing it myself, I would go and put all these rules, cursor rules, which is going to take forever to write. Taskmaster did it off the shelf. And this MCP settings and all of these rules, and this is a lot of work. But the author of Taskmaster already created this, so we get it off the shelf, like literally running one command called taskmaster init, which this MCP call under the hood already did this init for us. It initialized the project for us. Now it's going on. It's calling the things. It now is executing everything one by one by one. Now, if I go to the terminal, where is my terminal? Here. And only for cursor, only for the cursor version, I need one more terminal so that I can show you guys the taskmaster. Taskmaster is a CLI. It takes some so-called switches. It's called list with subtasks. We'll keep executing this so that we can see all the tasks that were generated for us. Now you can see that all of these 18 tasks are generated, task 1 to task 18. What's the task number 1? Set up project repository, configure Supabase backend, implement authentication, design meeting minutes, table UI, and so on and so forth. It's not going to stop there. It's going to now create subtasks. It's kind of like a little Jira living inside Cursor, because the AI agent is by itself a thinking thing. It's thinking. It's like human beings. It can hallucinate. It can forget. And this little piece of software will keep feeding it that, hey, you remember this task is for this task is for that. And also in here, it shows the project progress, the entire progress of the project. We'll see that in just a minute as we progress. Beautiful project. This got 17 or 15,000 stars in literally 3-4 months of its development. It's amazing. This world is changing so fast. Someone the other day said it's odd you're recording our meetings. I said, what's even? Nothing is fair in this world. The AI is changing everything, and here we are, like we're still going with the same dogma. No, we have to change everything. Let's help that 16-year-old in a rural village in Pakistan or India or Afghanistan with this AI education that we are pushing it live to the world. All right. Now, our 2 AI agents are running there. This is interrupted. For what reason? I didn't interrupt it. Please continue. Oh, sorry. This is the minute up. This is the project that I was preparing for this workshop. So we're going to keep this literally at the end. This is the dash. This is the one that we need to keep an eye on. So this guy says, the cursor says, I'm done. Let's see what this gentleman did. Holy moly, it also created tasks. Set up Next.js 15, install this, blah, 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 blah. So we're going to do one thing. If I go to here, if I say git status, nothing changed. One of the differences why my vote goes to cursor, because I mean cursor and taskmaster. Because here, if I do git status, look, same command, git status. This thing is happening here. This thing is happening inside the. In here it says like it's clean, working directory clean, nothing there. But I want to capture that information, what's happening under the hood. I could put some Git workflows around these tasks changing. If somebody's taskmaster is doing it wrong, then I can have a CI/CD pipeline stopping the code review because it's going in the wrong direction. So I'm going to git cp added taskmaster files. Now I have added all of those files. Look at that. Like all of those got a single file. If I go here, you can see that inside the taskmaster tasks folder, every single task got a specific file for itself, a number, and so on. And a dependency. This is basically the source of that terminal command that we executed here, which showed us all these tasks. Like they have priority, they have dependency, and so on. And also there's a command line that you can execute, and it can calculate the complexity of that task. So basically, you can even write a small little piece of code that can estimate the budget of this project. It's crazy what's possible here. OK, so we got ourselves let's go to the GitHub of not Claude Code, but the GitHub of Cursor. A minute ago, I did the push, and now we got ourselves the Taskmaster tasks here. So now I saved it in my Git. I frozen the scope of the task. I cannot do that in Claude Code. So therefore, my vote goes to Cursor and Taskmaster in this case, not Claude Code, because I don't have access to the tasks that are influencing the brain of my LLM running inside Claude Code. But I believe Claude Code's next version might have this change, so wait for that. Okay, dokie. Now let's go back to our AI agents and say, let's start implementing the first. Typing is boring. Let's start implementing the very first task using Taskmaster. And don't ask me any questions. Continue executing all tasks. And if you face any errors, try to solve those errors by yourself. And I'm going to copy the same prompt to the other one and let these two guys run.
How would a person like me know if there's any security?
Can you ask it on the microphone, please? That's a very important question. It's a very good question, actually.
So I know the basics of coding. I've been working in Python for a very long time, but security is something, or things like that, where vulnerability could be an issue in code. How would I know that I can push this code to production and also let other people use it and put their important data in there?
You wouldn't. You need to go to computer science school to know it and learn it over time. Or you rely on a security AI agent that is specialized in security, specialized in checking the code if it has a security vulnerability, and it is there next to Cursor, just the same way as Taskmaster was there to teach Cursor how to do project management. Taskmaster is nothing but a taskmaster. It's a taskmaster. It's a task management tool. Now it's enabling Cursor to do task management better. The same case would be an AI agent crew writing code. A human being giving instruction to a boss AI agent, and that AI agent will have like sub AI agents that executes tasks for specific domain knowledge. Security, vulnerability, ARIA, accessibility things, AI ethical parts, what Ethos is all about, EU AI Act, legal parts, GDPR, another legal part. So there will be specific AI agents doing these things for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other question? Time for questions. Nope. Then let's go. All right. So this is going on. This is a very, very common problem, and I am begging everyone to help me solve this. And nobody can. LLMs failed. Googling failed. I asked this problem from the AI builders WhatsApp groups. By the way, side information, I'm one of the co-hosts of AI builders. It's happening every month in this room. We invite 4 amazing AI builders. They demo things here, not presentations, demo. And if you have an idea, you're building on something, or if you have a startup, we would love to talk to you. We're always looking for speakers. So I tried out to find a solution for this. I can't find. This is a bug in Cursor. It keeps going on and on and on. It's in YOLO mode. YOLO mode is basically this mode where you say that, hey, Cursor, keep going and keep building, building, building. But it got stuck here. So all I need to do is like say it something like this. Continue your execution, and if you fail to execute, rerun the whole thing. Something like that. Like if you're, I usually write like literally continue or okay or something like that, but it gets stuck like that. But you can see here, our Claude code is cranking numbers still, like without stopping. That's very amazing. Like this is from the Claude code's like autonomous running. I read an article that the employees of Anthropic can run Claude code up to 7 hours in autonomy. And that's my dream area, that before I go to bed, I run it, and in the morning I get the outputs.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what is the question?
The question is, how expensive could it get in terms of tokens and credits?
Much cheaper than a human brain working on it.
For a company, maybe, but for an individual who is putting their pocket money into it, how would you look into that?
Well, you're asking me how much is the value of the software that I built called Vibe Stage, which transfers my stream with a few shortcuts that I put here. If I would be able to find such a software, I would be able to pay as much as like 100, 200 euros per month. But there wasn't any, I built one. Like now, the question is like, if you want to run an AI agent for 10 hours to do something right, not like trying to fix the same error again and again and banging its head on, against a steel wall and nothing is changing, and trying, as Einstein said, like trying the same thing and expecting different results. It's called insanity. It's the same thing, and that can be trained to an AI agent. We can train it that don't try the same thing again and again. And now 10 hours of an AI agent going on autonomy, that means we can rebuild the internet.
Okay. So I'm learning two things here. One is to build the right things and not just random things. If you're learning, that's a different thing. That's the price you pay for learning. And the other thing is you should know how to code also in order to be able to fix things on your own if AI cannot fix it for you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think learning how to code is not going to go away. Everybody has to learn how to code. Even in the school, like I have a 6-year-old son going to start school next month. I wish he would be able to learn coding. Well, actually, that takes me to what we are doing with coding. Let me quickly take a small detour and show you guys what we are building. My son's name is called Ash, and we are building a Minecraft. And what you're going to just witness is an imagination of a 6-year-old became reality over this software. Look what's here. We changed the rules of the game. I forked this game. It's a 100% JavaScript game. Almost every day we get together, Papa and son time, and we change the rules of the game, the physics of the world that this thing is running. And for those of you who knows how to play Minecraft, it's a game that you go around and then you basically mine things around. So you mine things in front of you. But Ash said like, hey, can I mine that far away distance? I said, yes, why not? I can just prompt it and then it can work. And that was one rule we added. So he said like, can I also mount far away? I said, yes, why not? You can also do that. There we go. I can crash and mount far away distances, 50 blocks away. And then he said, can I also fly? I said, yes, why not? You can also fly. You can go back and forth. It was slow. He said, like, I want it fast. I said, why not? We can also prompt that. We have a speedometer. Wow. You can go fast and slow around the world that you have built. These worlds are, it has a multiplayer mode, which is gonna come next. And then he said like, hey, what happens if I keep digging, and then I go inside that. Oops, I'm not a good player, so I'm gonna just, it's a well, right? What happens if you go inside the well? You fall down. And since we have a flying feature, you can keep going up or keep falling down back. If you keep crashing it, what happens?
Go to the other side.
Exactly. You fall through the hole, you get out of the world, and you go through the nothingness space. Imagine a 6-year-old learning physics by playing this. And the ideas came all from this little 6-year-old. And it was all English. I'm talking to him in English. He's growing as a trilingual, and he prompted this, like literally with his cute little voice. And this is the future of software development. It's mind-blowing.
So before you showed us your, first of all, I think this is great what you're doing. This is very, it's just a great project, a great idea. That sounds very fun. As someone who doesn't have any experience coding, and I know that it's very, very difficult to learn it, and I've tried starting to learn it before, and it hasn't lasted very long. But I feel like in a few years, by the time I get good enough in coding to the point that I can understand it and read code and just very like basic stuff, I feel like AI will also already be miles ahead of me for me learning the code, that's not going to be worth it or worth my time doing it, trying to learn it, because all the other things are going to develop so quickly.
The fact that AI is getting better is true. It's inevitable. Nobody can stop that. The fact whether or not this knowledge that I gain by learning coding is gonna go obsolete is also correct. But I remember, let me share something personal with you guys. I remember when I started my first line of code in, let me show you. If you go to emilsayyad.com, go to About, hold Command, and then press the down arrow key, because this is a very long scroll. And then scroll back from the bottom. I have literally put my entire life story on this timeline. It's 2001. This is our home in Peshawar, Pakistan. That's me. As a Persian, we do drink a lot of green tea. And it's a personal picture for me because these are two of my brothers. But what's so cool about this picture is the paint of the wall and the broken chair. We didn't have a lot of money to fix those things, but we had a lot of money to buy a Pentium 3. This is a Pentium 3 in 2000. For those of you who know what's Pentium 3, it's great. This is a 486 computer. And we used to do, pardon?
The URL of the site?
emilsayyad.com, my name, and /about. emilsayyad.com/about. And what I want to show in this picture is that these books that you see behind me were Visual Basic 6 books. I gained that knowledge 23, 24 years ago. This was 2000, 2001. I don't remember anything from that. But today I am the programmer that I am because of that knowledge, because it kind of accumulated over time. So right now, if you want to learn more programming, go ahead and learn more programming. Learn TypeScript, learn Python. Yes, you won't get a chance to write it down with hand, but what will happen is that will make your brain in a way that you will prompt better and you will become a better AI native developer.
So you become literate, basically.
You'll become a literate AI developer, exactly.
That was the time when I was learning Fox Pro on a similar computer.
In where? You're from
Sawabi.
Peshawar? Sawabi,
I
okay.
studied in Peshawar, but I'm from Sawabi.
Nice, nice, very, very nice memories from that. Cool. And any other question before we go back to the PRD? You have a question, Maria? Maria? No. All right, so let's go to our PRD because we can tell stories, but let's build things. This is the right one. Look, again, same thing. I'm going to pay someone. Okay, let me put a bounty on this. I'll pay you 100 euros. Okay, let's make it 200 euros. I'll pay you 200 euros if you can come back with this solution for me. If you solve this, I'll pay you 200 euros. Because this thing got stuck, and we were telling nice stories from my childhood, and this thing kept crunching numbers. And that's an unfair battle between the two. Because here we just need to type like, continue, please. You're going to lose. It's a small bug in Cursor. Do I remember your name correctly? Daniel. Daniel, you did a very nice project. You used Cursor? Okay. What did you use? Gemini. Gemini with what? Like literally copy pasting? You did 1,000 copy pastes.
Not Gemini, still I also works in Gemini.
Oh, this is new, but Daniel created a very nice project. So Daniel and I met on 21st of June, and he showed us an amazing project that he built. It's on my YouTube. We can take a small detour once this thing is moving a little bit, and then I can show Daniel's project that he did. It's an amazing concept. I'm not going to spoil it, but please remind me later on, maybe a little bit. Once we pass the authentication checkpoint here, we'll go and see your YouTube video there.
But I did something else which I use every day now.
And it's better than that one?
Yes, it makes more sense for me.
Ooh, that intrigues me to see that. Guys, we're not leaving here until midnight then. But please don't leave, okay? Show us that new project that you're building. Daniel built something really nice. Now I'm going to spoil the project that he did because he has something else to show us anyways. So Daniel, I'm not sure where did I put that video. I think it's only a video on LinkedIn, so it's going to take a lot of scrolls to find it. But he built a very nice project that takes the data from, maybe you can explain it yourself. Where's the microphone? And you're not a product manager, right?
No. I'm a director for film and music videos and everything. And
you-
what we always need is to know where the sun is going up and down. And
Sorry.
so what's the exact position in anywhere at the world of the sun, and to see how the shadow is casting to make the best.
So you used Google
Gemini.
the data. Where does it come
Oh,
from?
this is I don't know what I just said. I just did a prompt in ChatGPT to tell my problem, and then I put it into Gemini 2.5, I think, Pro.
Okay.
And
So Gemini decided that I'm going to pick the data from this source.
Yes.
Okay.
I just
But actually,
the
what
problem.
it is very interesting. Do you have it, Andy? We can load it on
Yeah,
my computer. Can you tell me the address?
lwowski.com/sunpath.
Sunpath.
Yeah, that's all.
So this is your web application, and you build it 100% vibe coded.
Yes, I have no idea what I did.
This is crazy.
So what's really
Come here, show us. What is
Okay.
this thing? I'll hold the microphone for you.
so wherever you want to go, let's say Munich.
Wait a minute. Just a second, please. So people can know you a little bit better.
So camera flies to Munich, and
What did get out?
I don't know. And then you go inside. You can type exactly the street you want to go in and wherever. So this is nice. And then I say, okay, I want the sun here. And what's happening is you see all the little dots, which are the sun in several positions at several exact time. And then I can go here and say, okay, this is this. So So this is the sun moving and I see exactly where it's coming from. But not only to do it today, like heute, but also over the whole year. So this is quite nice, and then I can move around and see it from. It's 3D, so you can really move around and look from down under, and see the sun coming up there. Unfortunately, here it's a little bit down, but the most important thing is for me how to cast the shadows. So I can go in and put in all the buildings, and you see.
What kind of CAD to use, or?
No, it all depended, and it's like I have two versions of the buildings. One, the buildings which are, I think, from open source, and here you can also like see how the shadows casted. You see the shadows go there, and then, but you also can take the Google thing. So if everybody uses it now, sometimes my API credits will be off.
And we can use this to find the best balcony for us, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like the one that can get most sun throughout the year.
So there's an app for that, but it's proprietary iOS, and it costs like $20 a month or something like this. But I built it just for me and for my friends, and I wanted to try vibe coding.
Wow.
It's just in Berlin or?
No, everywhere in the world. You can say Los Angeles or where you want to go, to India or to Delhi.
For instance, Paris.
Yeah, Paris, no problem. It flies to Paris.
What do you want to say about that?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yes, sure.
You didn't write a single line of code.
No. I didn't research anything. Which app? Huh?
This is just prompting.
Just prompting, yes.
What do you think?
And it's like
This is crazy. This is insane. And I think this is very motivating for a lot of people who doesn't know how to code, and this can motivate them to learn coding actually by doing it.
Exactly.
So in Paris, could you do you need a specific street?
Yeah, you can either wander around or you put in a special any street. Just
wait.
some
And the fun part is what you choose.
What was it?
And anything met with that is usually very inspiring for other people to see what's going on.
Yeah.
And how did you deploy it?
It's just like this app is like 50 kilobytes. It's just an HTML.
With all the JavaScript inside it.
Yeah.
And nothing is happening in real time. It's all one-time saved.
What do you mean?
There is no saving, I think.
There's no saving. This is a HTML.
This is rendering from somewhere.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's from API, live API rendering.
Yeah, but what if you do not do the live? What if you save it for a year time and then you just keep it up? You do not request anymore.
Yeah, but you have to do it from everywhere. I don't know, like it's everything. I have no idea what's happening. I know just that it's happening in a very. I can just put it on my website. I don't have to deploy it. I can run it locally. Like we don't even have to do it on a website.
Yeah, can you wear this because this conversation is going really good, like really good.
So
Though
I even don't understand your question.
That's the real vibe coder's answer.
But it's for me. It's not a product. It was first a test. I'm an AI advisor now, and I'm testing all AI tools out there. And I saw, okay, this sounds like wipe code. I wanted to wipe code something, and I wanted to wipe code something which is, if it works, which makes sense for me and which has a.
Excuse me.
As a product manager, I'm trying to derive value from it at the lowest cost.
Huh?
That's what I'm trying here.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that you can actually send it to B2B.
Yeah.
You can make it B2C as well. And you can also cut the cost of it by cutting the API and save all the instances of it and render it.
Yeah, but this is all free APIs.
Even better. Okay.
You can make more money. So I have a question. What's your profession? What do you do?
Huh?
What do you do professionally?
I'm a director. I'm a director for
Filmmaking director?
filmmaking director.
And so you're not a product manager?
No,
Okay. And what inspired you to build this project?
I just I'm like next to being a next to
Like,
being
you
next
had
to
a balcony with a lot of shade, and you needed
no
to solve-
because I need this tool.
Oh, for your filmmaking,
Yeah,
because then you know exactly
Yeah.
how to capture a sunset and so on.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah. I gave it for free. There's an app for that, but it's expensive.
Wow. Like literally wow. Because right now since we met and I was like, throughout the day I did a workshop, my brain was like, I understood it, but I didn't know your motivation behind it because I was so tired.
No problem.
We went for a coffee and he showed me, we did film, and I said, it's really cool. But I didn't ask you what is your background. Now I know you're a film director, and you build the software so that you know where the sun goes, so that you can go exactly in that same time when the sun rises, and then you can take
It's
nice
very
video.
important for like when the shadow's coming and when not, and that's very important.
I actually have a question. Was it always accurate?
It is.
The question is, was it always accurate? Yeah.
It is. The only thing which is not accurate at the moment, and I didn't figure it out, that the altitude is not showing correctly in the like the point I'm setting. It's not.
For example, for a hill, if you want to take a hill video, okay.
Somehow it gets confused about the altitudes, but I try to fix it, and every time I fix
but we don't have that problem in Berlin. Berlin is a flat city.
Yeah, but it's very correct. Like you can go out and look at it.
That is wonderful.
Huh?
How long do you take to deploy this?
Oh, I don't know. Like one evening.
One evening?
Yeah. Or two evenings. Yeah. And I think it's like the 70th iteration or something. Like
70 iterations.
70th.
70.
I'm more interested in your process now because now you say you didn't know anything.
Yeah.
And many of us like thinking which tool to use. And I'm just saying I'm illiterate, but still I think about like which tool to use where. And still.
Yeah, but there's this other project. Like I'm always doing like what I mostly do. I'm using all the tools. Like the next thing I built, I can show you. It's a lifetime, real time.
Keep it suspense. Keep it suspense. Otherwise,
No,
the
it's
room
something
will
else. And there I just like one tool was stuck, and then I just used the other tool.
Daniel, we are going to bring you back on the stage to show us the next tool.
No.
Yeah. Until and unless you don't talk to Tayyab, don't upload it because he has some business model around it.
No.
Thank you so much, Daniel. A round of applause for Daniel. Thank you so much. That was so cool.
Build whatever you need for yourself.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Just a question.
That is where it starts.
Can we access it? Like, is it online, public? What I can't see.
I will share the link. I will share the link now.
I think if everybody uses it, sometimes
I'm sharing the link now in the WhatsApp group.
the free APIs.
If somebody opens it, you're going to lose money?
No, I'm not losing money, but at
It's
one
free
point
API.
the free APIs calls will be
Okay.
gone, but you can use it. I think it.
Okay, so now
I mean, nothing probably because
wrong question. Next one.
I just want to say one last thing. Emil, I got 4 years ago a list of ideas that you personally tested.
Can you please give the microphone to Tayyab? He's talking about
Actually-
something that I did 4 years ago, and I know what this is.
Okay, I know you from quite a long time. That was the time when I was thinking about starting my own startup, and I got in touch with you through another friend, and I'll talk to you about that later. You shared an ideas list with me that you said, okay, I have tried these things. I don't know, they are not for me, but you should try them out if you want to, or look for something that can make sense for you.
Now I
And
remember our conversation on LinkedIn, man.
I was actually working on
nice
something.
to see you in person, finally.
I was working on something at that time, and which was, which also made it to an accelerator at that time, which was very much personal to me and also a pain point for a lot of people. Because of COVID, we could not continue. And what I want to say is, like, something that somebody wants to make is exactly what you're doing, that he himself needs or his colleagues need. So
Yeah.
try to find, instead of making $1 billion startup or something,
Yes.
just make €1,000 or dollar startup
month.
first.
Yes.
Then go towards all the big ideas and try to find your problems as something that you can work with, learn coding through that, or maybe whatever you want to learn, maybe marketing, and just do it, and probably you'll figure out your way through it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Cool. This is amazing. This is amazing. Like literally this conversation, this whole thing, it pushed our actual goal maybe 30 minutes, but this is what worth it, because I do all of this content production not for showing you how to do ABC of N8N workflows. Nate does it much better. He's a 25 years old American guy, and on YouTube, Nate is such a sweetheart. He produces really nice content. You can learn that from there. I also do N8N, but his content is much better. What I want to do more is this: inspire 1,000 people, 2,000, 10,000 people. And I hope I can do this. And with the help of community, I can definitely do this. It's all about you guys.
I feel like it's also all about ideas now. Like you don't need to care about the tools, because you can just build it, but you need the right idea.
Or maybe the right problem.
Yes.
Can I get the microphone to Mary? When you say right, no, your voice, because you just said, which was not projected to the world. You said, what did you say? Can you paraphrase?
I said nowadays the tools are not anymore the focus. The focus is what's the problem I'm trying to solve.
Yeah.
And then from the problem, build an idea,
Yep.
and then think about the tools. Because with LLMs and everything we have now, you can basically do everything.
Absolutely. This is exactly
There's
what
no
I want
limit
to-
anymore.
That's exactly what I want to let everyone know. Like, this is just about you guys. You come up with the problem, and then we do it. There's a question. Microphone.
And it's also, thank you. I also went to another workshop like 2-3 weeks ago, where the focus was also building something within 3 days, building something and making ads for it and trying to sell it. And we learned how it's not even about having the right idea off the start, because I feel like that's what a lot of people also fail with, is trying to find the right idea. But nowadays, just take any idea and you can turn it into something that sort of works, as we just saw, and you can try to validate it through some ads or whatever.
Yes.
And then within a few days, you know if that idea is right and if you
Exactly.
should keep on working
So
on
that
it or
feedback
not.
loop is now so much smaller. You can build something, shoot it
crazy.
to the world, works, do not work. Like, for example, look at this. I'm going to give you guys a very small detour, and then we go. I promise we'll go to the thing. When I lost a substantial amount of my savings, someone coming from Afghanistan, like a family lives for like $2 per day in Afghanistan. I lost a lot of my savings from freelancing and agency work in my startup called VoiceKit. I went there and I built for 6 months or so another company called microsasbuilders.com, which was literally this community of builders. I want to teach others how to do software development. Why is it not loading? Microsasbuilders.com is correct. Oops, maybe it was supposed to be expired today. Bad timing. Anyways, so what I did was I didn't renew it because I shut it down, the company, but I was building microsas products. I have a small problem about reminding myself about meetings. I built meetingping.com, one of the 6 micro-SaaS products that I built. It's just a simple problem I had. I built a software that gives me a phone call, and like that, medicationring.com was born. A solution for elderly, a phone call, an AI agent that calls them, that they remembers that, okay, now it's the time for me to take my medication. Simple ideas. Now, it took us like, I don't know, 4 weeks, 3 weeks to build these two. Now with N8N, you can build this in 1 hour. With N8N and vibe coding. Maybe 2 hours, maybe 3 hours, but not more. Oof, a lot of cool ideas, man. A lot of cool ideas. Let's go back to our masterclass. I should run another format called like Inspire by. Hey, Daniel, you need to come to AI Builders. It's going to happen on 24th of July. Please be our speaker. Show us what you have built, because what you did is amazing what's happening. And look at that, guys. Again, we have seen. Oh, no, nice. So this thing is still generating code, Claude code. And this thing already finished and is running. So we can see that it span off already a project for us. It built it. Let's see what it built. So before we check it, let's see what did it say. Like, what did it build and what is the status? And also, we can do one more thing. We have a terminal. In that terminal, we have the taskmaster running. So we can go to taskmaster and then write this little command that says taskmaster list with subtasks. If I hit enter, it's going to show me the list of all the tasks. Well, it didn't update the tasks yet. You will see this changing from in progress and pending to done. But let's see what it already generated. So it's running on localhost 3001. Okay, it's a UI that shows a welcome message. It's kind of like scaffolding. And now what I'm going to do is I will ask Cursor to tell me what is done, or update the taskmaster. Update the taskmaster statuses so that I know what is done, what is not done yet. And I'm going to turn off the terminal here. I don't like the terminal running inside my my code base. I will run the terminal from here so that I can keep an eye on things like this. So I'm going to run the terminal here. It's running on 3001. It's the same one. Okay. So, and now, since Cursor is working on, where is my cursor? This is my terminal, and this is my cursor. So Cursor is now trying to, I didn't send that command. It is now trying to update the status of taskmaster so I know which tasks are done. And then I will push something to Git, because the scaffolding is done. It created the Next.js project for me. It added all the projects. I'll show you the Git diff in just a minute before I do the Git push. So let's come to Claude. I think Claude was interrupted. I can type something here. Even the whole UX is interrupted. Oh, the entire container was interrupted. Look, now I'm in the terminal here. So if I type something, it goes here. So that means Claude broke. It just, I need to run it again. Claude dangerously skip permissions. I highly recommend that you don't run this on your computer, because it can happen that if it executes a command like this, that rm/, it's going to remove your hard drive. So please be sure to not do that. There are a few questions. These questions are from the room or from YouTube? No, the cursor is not running on container. Since I'm feeling comfortable with cursor, I didn't put it in a container. I always use cursor. I've been using cursor intensively for the past 5-6 months. Thank you. Nakit. I think this question was answered. That is from Nahikit Mujumdar. Sorry if I didn't pronounce it correctly. This was an applause to Daniel. He liked it, and he's asking which tech stack did you use. I think you answered that, so I'm gonna. Zatra from YouTube. There is WhatsApp group. Oh no, actually, Zatra, that's a very good point. I have to start making a WhatsApp group of all the followers. That makes a good point. And thank you so much, Jose. I know these questions are posted by you because this much of structure. Such a sweetheart. TJ, right? Daniel, you remember TJ who was sitting here? TJ or Jose? Jose. The guy from Philippines. You remember him? He went also with us to, he is right now online from somewhere in the world, and he is copy pasting the comments from YouTube questions to this Vibe stage. If you're listening to us, say hi to the question box so we can see you, and say something to the guys here. All right, let's go to the next step. So this is updating all the tasks. Let's see which tasks are done. So we can see that task number 1 is done. Set up the project. I'm going to quickly get status. Get status. Okay, so these are the changes that has been done. And this is what I mean by get dev. So I'm going to show you this feature in VS Code and in Cursor, because Cursor is just a fork of VS Code. It's the same thing. You click on that, you see a so-called get def. This means, like, since last time, it changed these files. When you put it there, only if it's big enough. Oh, these are new files, therefore it shows like that. But let's say package. Yeah, these are new files. Next time when we check this, it will show you the get def of what changed since the last change. Since these are all new files, it doesn't show it in that before-after view. We'll go and see the before-after view in the next commit when it changes one of the existing files. And that is when I go in and ask a question about that particular area from the coding agent. Okay? So I'm going to put this back in its original form. And let's go to the next step. We're going to push this. Initial project, initial Next.js project setup. Okay, so you guys get all of these code if you want it. But code generation is super simple. It's not a big deal. I just realized that it doesn't have the right git ignore here. These files are not correct, but it's okay. We can live with that. It's a very complex concept. If I get in there and then put git ignore and then teach you guys how to do that, it's going to prolong the whole thing. But this is not right what happened here, because it saved some temporary files, some build files. It has to go in a git ignore, so it is ignored from saving it in GitHub. That's all you need to remember. OK, so now we have the cursor git dash running here. That's nice. Let's see if this guy can also be run. The Claude code one, 3002. I believe this is not going to work because it's running inside a container. And I need to put it on 3000 because I remember putting port 3000 inside the container thingy. No, it's OK. It's working because from inside the container, we are not spinning it off. I'm spinning it off outside the container. But it has an error. Let's find out how to fix this error. I'm going to just literally copy the whole thing and paste it here. And hopefully, it's going to solve it. And then here, I will say that resume performing tasks, performing.
I think you should know how to fix the spelling also.
Yeah, there should be a spell checker. Yeah. Performing tasks from taskmaster. There we go. So now it's going to execute tasks. And I lost track of time. What time is it? Like 9 o'clock. Okay, how many hours did we do? What time did we start? 6:30, right? Yeah. 7:30, 8:30, 9:30 will mark the 3-hour border. But nah, we're gonna stay here. I think that the room is available for us until 10 o'clock. So those who are bored, they can leave, but we're gonna go until 10 o'clock. The other day, somebody called me crazy, and he was absolutely right. Normal people don't do this. So fixed, I created the client. Okay, now let's see if this is fixed. There we go. So now the Claude also fixed its boilerplate. Now we have a boilerplate here from the Claude and here from our, it's gonna get interesting, believe me. So I'm gonna go to view, add a split view, and I'm gonna add this one here. So now Claude and cursor. So we're gonna come here, and this is already doing some task updating. And from the terminal, I think it makes sense that I also open this one in another terminal so that I have this one cursor. I do my git dash, git push, and so on. Meeting dash Claude I need. So there are some changes here. I'm going to push it to the initial Next.js project setup. So I'm building 2 projects at the same time. Okay. Now this guy is crunching some numbers. This guy, which is again cursor Claude code. So cursor is cranking some numbers, and Claude code is cranking some numbers. We're going to put a nice little separator here. Then we're going to ask this guy to show me the tasks, for example. Show me the current tasks. And now Claude code will show me which tasks are done. And in here, I don't need to spin off a new one. I already have one running on there. And it updated some tasks. You can see that set task status. That means we can go here, and that's cursor. If we execute the command with set tasks, we can see that these are all the tasks that are done. Now, this is what I was talking about. It's not going to just stay up to the 1-level task definition. It's going to also create these subtasks. Look at that. It created 4 task 4 subtasks, which is design meeting minutes table UI, create basic table structure with Tailwind CSS, implement responsive design, add clickable row, implement accessible features. This is insane. Like, it keeps pushing it back to the LLM as it keeps coming in. So this is really, really cool. Now let's go and see. This guy is saying that read to do. It misunderstood me. No, I would like to see all the tasks that you're currently managing, like all the tasks that they initially give you from the PRD document that you have created. So let's get this thing running here. Okay, this is one of the reasons now I don't like PRD. I don't like Claude code. Look, I said, like, where are my tasks? The tasks are gone. It's hallucinating. It does not have access to its tasks anymore. So I don't know how to get the tasks now to PRD. Oh, there might be a command line. I don't know Claude code yet so much. I need to check it out later on. I'm not going to touch the command so that I don't screw it up. So continue with the next feature. Okay, so these tasks are updating. It's executing the tasks. I'm now curious to see what is going to be. Even it starts implementing the drawer. So this is nice. It's happening. And it's going to now, let me see, where is the Supabase coming? Supabase, configure Supabase here. So save new meetings into Supabase. We need to also do like, this Todd, like authentication is optional. I want to do authentication so I can show you guys how to do login, sign up, and sign in, and so on. And here is the progress thing. Like it shows like 17% progress, but the subtasks are currently at 44%, and it keeps going on. And once it hits 100%, then this thing goes up. So it's really cool. Like Taskmaster with cursor is much cooler than just Claude Code. Pardon me?
Cursor should buy this technology.
It is so cool. Okay, so these things are running. This is running. Now Claude Code is, I don't have context about the features. Oh, I see. Oh my God. Now, this is crazy. Can you please, just on my face. Just on my face, okay? Just on my face. So, this is crazy, literally crazy. Why? Because Claude Code broke once, and now it doesn't have access to the task list. So literally, in this case, cursor is the winner. Why? Because all the tasks, these tasks inside Taskmaster, which is fed to cursor, is inside Git. It's not going to be lost. But here, look at this. Continue with the tasks, literally this one. Continue with the next feature. I don't have the context about the feature list. So literally, Claude Code is the loser in my eyes for this particular use case because it lost the context of the tasks. Crazy. Thank you. So these are very important for me because I'm just getting into the short thing, like real things, and then I can create these reels. Okay, so now literally our Claude Code project is dead. Yes?
What if we added the BRD document to Claude Git here, and we intentionally ask to read or keep saving the task?
You are saying that what if we put the PRD again inside the Claude?
Yeah, inside the Claude.
Good idea. Let's do that.
Ask Claude to read from BRD, always getting the tasks from.
Explain this, please. This is a very good point. We lost, the problem is that we lost the task list because the task list in Claude was sitting inside the thing. And now you have an idea?
Yeah, we have the BRD already in the repo, right? So what if we generated these tasks and saved to the repository?
Yeah.
So the Cloud Code not lose the
And
progress.
then Claude Code basically can regenerate the tasks.
Yes, regenerate.
And now also
once
read the
once
existing
generated,
code.
we can save it, and we can teach Cloud Code to return to this task always. You know what I mean?
Yes. So basically, my understanding of your point is like, right now, Claude Code says, I don't know what is the feature, which feature are you talking about? And since we have already the PRD sitting somewhere here, here, look. So we can literally copy this, paste it here. That's what you're saying?
Not really. I mean, what if we have this PRD in the Cloud Code context already saved, okay, in the repository, and using this, Cloud Code will generate the
Oh, I see what you mean. So you're
the
basically
tasks,
saying
and the
that
tasks will be saved in the Cloud Code repository. So you know what I mean?
I see. That's a very good idea. I'm going to do that. So I'm going to do this prd.txt, you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Good point. Instead of like giving it to the prompt, I'm going to save it.
Yes, and always refer to that to generate the task.
That's a
and
very
keep the
good
task.
idea.
So not
I'm going to
losing
do
the
this.
track.
Very good point. Thank you for that. I'm going to quickly get CP, added prd.txt. And then in here, I'm going to say, read the, or should I also ask it to generate tasks inside the task folder?
Generate the tasks and save it. So always
basically,
refer.
you're asking me to generate Taskmaster
Not
using
not
Claude.
Taskmaster, not Taskmaster, but at
But
least
using Claude, generate tasks inside the folder.
yes, yes,
Yeah, good
because
point.
already
Good point.
Google could Cloud generate tasks,
Yeah,
able to
let's do
generate
that.
tasks. So
I'll
just-
create a folder called tasks, and I
Uh-huh.
will ask Claude to do this crazy thing now. Okay, dokie. So this is the terminal of Claude.
But didn't we add the file before? Was it only for cursor?
Cursor saves the tasks as a file, but Claude Code doesn't. It is kind of like remembering it. It's somewhere in the cache setting somewhere.
Okay.
Now, what's your good name?
Marwan.
Marwan.
Yeah.
So what Marwan said is, why don't you save it in the Git manually, not through a taskmaster looking like supporting Claude? I think also taskmaster can be configured with Claude Code, which I should have done my own work and do it. Now, what we're going to do is put like this little tasks folder in this PRD folder manually. Exactly what the CLI of Taskmaster did, now we're going to do it manually here. But I think it's easy to also configure Taskmaster with Claude so that the Claude can also remember tasks. But I'm not sure if the tasks under the hood in Claude generated in the task setting in the file, will they always sync or not? Or this will hallucinate one way and this will hallucinate another way? Yeah.
Yeah, we can always teach the code Cloud to read or to refer always to this
But
task
then it
file.
is how many times, in how many prompts should I see that coming?
okay.
But let me quickly do that and then take those two questions and then we go on. So that I can let Claude Code to also run. Read prd.txt. Do we have like an add feature? Yes, we have an add feature. This and create tasks inside the /tasks folder. Like this. That's what you're saying. Okay. Meanwhile, this is running. Let's take those questions. There were questions coming from here.
Thanks. I was wondering, like, once we close the container, we lose the files, right?
One
we
more
close
time,
the
please.
container, we lose all these files, right?
That's what happened, actually.
Okay.
So your question is, if we close the container, do we lose the
PRD document, for
the
example.
no, the prd.txt we won't.
Okay, because you had it.
This prd.txt goes inside the Git. It's in the physical file. But inside the container, inside the Docker container, there are some cache setting, which is used by Claude Code CLI. And when the container died, the cache died.
Exactly.
Therefore, Claude was saying, I don't have any context.
So now the container is accessing local files from the computer itself, from the
Yeah.
host?
Yeah.
Okay. Using some MCP server or something, or?
No, it's mounted. So
Okay.
so it's just mounted hard drive.
And it can access the local.
It accesses from my disk, from my computer disk. Okay, so this is running. Let's see if this is running. There was another question back there.
Just to ask if it's actually fair competition. If you say, because you said like basically Claude Code lost, and I was wondering, like, it's operating from a container, that container broke, and also
Yeah, you're right.
Cursor
It's
had
not
the
a
situation
fair-
that it stopped at some point and it had Taskmaster to remind it of everything. So I was wondering, like, maybe it would be interesting to have both, like, with equal conditions in that sense.
So did I understand it correctly? Like Claude Code, we cannot disqualify Claude Code in this situation because it was not Claude Code's problem. It was just the mounted container broke.
It's my question, like, also because Cursor has now the advantage of Taskmaster, and if there is an implementation of Taskmaster also for Claude Code, it would be interesting to have both, like with equal tools.
I think, let me quickly show you. I know. Taskmaster can also be configured here for Claude. So it's possible, yes. But it's just my lack of homework that I didn't do that. I'm new to Claude Code. I just did it once, how many months ago? I have a playlist called Sire's First Look, and I kind of like capture my raw things with this, and then there was something here 3 months ago. So I checked Claude Code 3 months ago as my first look. I never tried it again. You can check this video, 17 minutes. I'm installing it for the very first time. I never tried it again. And then I tried it for this particular masterclass again. So my lack of homework, I couldn't equip Claude Code with the task management tool. Okie dokie. So this is saying that certain things are done. Let me ask it. Did you also change the status, I mean, update the status of the taskmaster tasks? For some reason, it is not understanding that it needs to also update these tasks here. But at least I think from providing this PRD TXT, it got the context. It is now understanding. I saw some questions coming, so let's get this. Hi guys, I love the learning we are getting today. Hi Daniel, Jose from Philippines. What terminal software are you using? I'm using Terminal 2. Sorry, iTerm 2. It's called iTerm 2. iTerm 2. Claude may have broken because it was inside container. Yes, exactly. That's what we were talking about. Citizen and YouTube. Didn't Claude break because of the Docker configuration? Exactly. The Docker container broke, therefore the whole thing went down. So if you would push the Claude cache to the host, you could keep the Claude cache. Yes, exactly. If I mount the cache inside my computer, then it should just work off the shelf. But the best would be that I check the task list, because task list is a progress of this thing. Actually, I have a different idea. What if we can create an MCP connection, an MCP interface between Taskmaster and Jira or Asana or Monday.com, so that if a task comes from product management in a daily stand-up meeting, we're talking about it, it all is fed to Taskmaster and then vice versa. Taskmaster generates tasks, it goes back, sits somewhere in a different tab in Jira, so that when LLM fetches everything, it fetches everything from the backlog to grooming to having all the acceptance criteria, all the product managers, user stories, and so on, and technical feasibility notes, and so on and so forth. And finally, Taskmaster's LLM-generated task definition. If all of that context is given to our LLM, the LLM will go insane and it will generate very, very clean code. Okay, so this is crunching numbers. This updated our tasks. Let's go and see this is Claude code. This is my Taskmaster. List all the tasks I see. There we go. Look at that. It's so beautiful, man. Look at that. The subtasks are 100% completed. This went from 17% or something to 22% exactly. So this is insane. Now I want the implementation of the drawer is done. Let's have a look. Choop, choop. So this is, let me ask it, which route should I go to? I know how to read Next.js code, but I want to kind of like go with you guys. Like, I see a blank page on localhost 3001. Let's make sure that if it's running, It is running, but there is an error. Okay. There is an error actually because we didn't do our Supabase configuration. So I know how to do this, but as a vibe coder, I would like to run it with you guys. So I need to go to Supabase somewhere and copy something and come back and then paste it here. But how do you know it? LLM tells you. So it has like a file in here called .env. It has to be copied, and then we need to bring these three copy information to the environment variables. So I see the issue, the application is running, but encountering Supabase configuration errors, and blah, blah, blah. So let's go and see this. So env local. So according to the Supabase, you need to create this one. It is now trying to find which file I need to create. Meanwhile, let's update this thing. What is done, what is not done, completed features, meeting minutes table, markdown support. Oh, it completed a lot of features for us. So let's recheck this thing. That's not nice. npm run dev 3000. This should be 3000. Still building. This means it's still building. That means it's still producing it. Exactly same problem on this side as well. So we're going to fix both the problems at once. Okay, so it says like you need to put these things inside my file that is env.local, okay? I'm going to create that file here, .env.local, paste it. There's one thing I'm seeing that is not nice. It is not inside gitignore, because it should be, if it's inside gitignore, it should look something like this one, grayed out, but it's not grayed out. So that needs to be inside the gitignore. These are core concepts. These are very important. And as a part of my vibe coding crash course, I covered 50 core concepts. I don't need to do a diversion, but I covered 50 core concepts. Totally nothing to do with coding. I'm standing in front of a whiteboard and I'm explaining these things. And this is one of those 50 core concepts that don't put environment variables in Git. Right now, if I go and check it out, it's gonna end up in Git. You see the Git diff? It is already staging, or it's ready for staging. It's ready for saving it. I don't want it. I'm gonna ask Git to put that in gitignore. How would you know if such a thing exists, gitignore exists? By this repository of 50 core concepts. And that's one of the two upcoming 100% free tutorial series on my YouTube channel. Core concepts and this Taskmaster playlist. Actually, three are coming. NA10 Taskmaster and these core concepts. Core concepts, I have a nice friend who has a nice digital whiteboard, and I say like, I'm gonna come one day and lock myself in this room and use this digital whiteboard to explain everything on a digital whiteboard, not like on a Scalidra, but actually with a pen and. Okay.
One question. Shouldn't you have like a README file where you set up all this boilerplate and tell it also read that alongside PRD, so you don't have to tell it explicitly ignore?
Those are already in these files, in the rules files here, in these files. But exactly why did it hallucinate here in this particular situation? It's LLM, it can make mistakes.
So you
but
are
yeah, These are already in these rules that Taskmaster brought it for us. So now you can see it is grayed out. So I literally captured Git, like saving API keys into Git, which is a very big crime when it comes to vibe coding.
And if you already did that, then what are you going to do?
I didn't. Oh, okay. If you already pushed it, then there is another Git command that removes it from the history. Yeah. It's a very advanced Git command, but you can do that. Rebase wouldn't do it, but you have to kind of like rewrite the history. It takes one of the Git commits from the bottom when it started initiating, and then it rewrites the whole history. And then you need to do a so-called Git force push, which kind of like fucks up everyone else's Git history, and they need to also rebase once the Git force push is done. Okay, so that's done here, that's done there. What else did we want to do? Yeah, we needed to go to our Supabase and create those projects, bring them here. So each of your Supabase, by show of hands, who does not know what Supabase? So I can give a quick, okay, enough to explain what Supabase. So Supabase is a suite of products. It's a bunch of products together. What products? Products that will enable you to build backend solutions. A backend solution can be a backend piece of code, a hosting, some files you can put, some functions you can run, and so on. What products does it support? These are the products. As a vibe coder, you need databases. Postgres, one of the mostly high-ranking databases. It's a hybrid database. It's a SQL and NoSQL combined. You can have like structured way of storing data. You can also store a JSON. Authentication, sign up, sign in, and OAuth 2, sign up with Google, and blah, blah, blah. Storage, you can you can put big files on this cloud, and then you can serve it from there. Imagine if you're building a photo album app, you can use the storage service. Edge functions, if you want to run code in the backend, this is the thing. Real-time feature, like you want to build a chat feature, it got you covered. One of the very interesting ones is, I think it was here, it is vector databases. Vector databases. Because we're going to need this vector database a lot now. What's a vector database? It's a different way of storing data. It's a way of storing data that AI can understand better. It can search it based on fuzzy search. The technical details are a lot, but I will just tell you that if you heard me saying, what are we going to do on 26th and 27th of July? That's what we're going to do. We're going to build a vector database. We're going to pull data from a vector database, and that's sitting inside Supabase. So because Supabase has one of those products. So all of these products combined is inside Supabase. That being said, let's go and create a Supabase project. I have a project. Yes, please.
So for real time, does it mean that it has Socket.io or something like that behind the scenes? Or?
Under the hood, it is using WebSockets. Socket.io is a wrapper on top of WebSockets, but yes, under the hood, it is using WebSockets. Or potentially, if I was, well, it depends. What's the actual application? Because it's open source, we can go and check it, but probably also WebRTC. Yeah. Okay. So here are all the projects that I have created before. Each of the new project that you create is going to cost you some money, something like $10 per month. I don't need to create 2 new ones to pay $20 per month again. I already have it, but it's a very small setup. You can quickly go and change things out there. So I'm going to. Pardon?
It's like project-based, you pay for that now?
Yes, it's a instance-based.
Like, for example, it's integrated to Lovable. Like, if you have the subscription for the Lovable.
They pay it on your behalf.
Yeah. On the
Oh,
database
nice.
level, it's like crazy there.
I thought Lovable will take your authentication from your Supabase.
For now, it's like you pay, for example, 25 euros.
Okay. And then Lovable will pay to Supabase guys. Okay. Or maybe Lovable has a Supabase instance because Supabase is open source. Probably that makes more sense.
I used it in the sense of like database.
Yeah. Okay. So here we go. I'm going to use one of these projects that I already have. I think I used this one for the practice and this one for the practice. This one was for Claude. This one was for, yeah, let's use these ones then. So I have tables here. Tables are all those database tables that we're using it here. Yes, that's the perfect way, but we are going to do it the very simple way. Maybe not MCP, but a kind of like a migration file, and then migrations run, and then create the tables. Okay, so now we have our project. Let's give this NA10 project to our Claude code. What we need to bring is these three pieces of information, which we already put it here. One is the database URL, so Supabase URL. This URL, where you can find it, it is in the project settings. Data API, this is the database URL. Okay, what's next? The next one is Supabase anon key. Anon key is inside API keys. Anon key, this one. Copy, paste. These are secret files, so don't share it with everyone. This is just educational content. I'm going to remove it. So Supabase service role key. I don't know where to get it from. To be honest, I don't know. I'm going to ask it, like, where can I get this from my Supabase? Because it has under the hood, when you do your configuration of your taskmaster, I'm not sure if it's going to do an MCP call now or not. If it does, then it's good. But Claude already knows the documentation of Supabase. It can redirect me where to get it from. So dashboard, left side API settings, Supabase unknown key. Service role is this one. This is what you need. So the one next to it. Basically, it has two names. I'm going to take a screenshot of this one. And then which one? Apparently, service role, server side admin operations. Service role, this one. So I'm going to copy this one and bring it and put it right here. Okay. If everything was okay, then my, service role as it was. Then my application should run fine and also have an active connection to the database. So here is my application running, refresh, voila. Voila, it worked. This error is different error. This is a different error. Service role key. It is reading it, but we didn't pass it. It's a different error, but at least it connected to the database. So I'm going to copy this entire error and paste it here. It's trying to grep the wrong environment variable. It is .env. Okay, it already got it itself. Meanwhile, we can go and fix this one. So we already have one Supabase here. I'm going to go and put the other Supabase next to it. This one, this one. This one. All right. So we have two Supabases. This is that one. So I'm going to go and grab, because the environment variables could be different or the namings of them could be different. Therefore, I'm going to go and follow the instructions of this to see which one should I put. It's asking only for those two. Let me see. What is the naming convention I should have? .local or not? I think it should be .local. It's a convention in Next.js. Yes, it's that one. So I need the URL. We know where to get the URL from. Project settings, data, URL, copy, paste, and then in this case, unknown. Now that's here. Copy, paste, save. Okie dokie. So that is done. Let's spin off this project. It's already done. I think it reloaded already the environment variable, but let's double check that. 3000. This one. 3000, refresh. That's 3002. 3000. It's compiling. Wow. It is there, but some errors. Let's check it out. What's the error here? Okay, so this thing is still running. It got stuck again. Anyone wants to earn 200 euros? Lock yourself in a room for 5 days. I'm just joking. You can do DHL delivery and then earn more money in 5 days and 200 euros. But if you come up with a solution with this, let me make it harder for you, in 24 hours, then you get 200 euros. Okay, so that being said, okay, here it is missing the tables. So it's now telling me to go and create the tables. That's nice. We're going to go and do that in just a minute. This guy tried to run the project again. I don't want to run the project with you. I already have something running here. So in 4 minutes, officially, we're crossing the border. And still we have some soldiers still standing. That's cool. Yesterday, it was so amazing. Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? We had a kickoff meeting. I will let you guess how many hours were we there nonstop. Just guess.
From when did you start?
Yesterday. I will not tell you, but you just guess how many hours did we go nonstop. N8N. It was entirely N8N workflows.
10?
These two were there. Benjamin and Mary. Huh?
I was there too.
Oh, sorry. Arfaan, you were there too. You were literally blocked from my view. Like literally, Benjamin is blocking you, like visually, optically. I didn't see you. Yeah, yeah. I started this thing called cohorts, like training. They're the first cohort members, and I only take 10 people in one WhatsApp group, and I start every Sunday a new cohort, and the cohort lasts only 1 month, and we build a new project every new month. You will get to know it at the end of the thing. I have a slide for that. Yeah, I will explain.
One question regarding that.
Yes.
What should be the level of the tech stack you're using?
0. We start from 0. No expectations, no requirements. So service role key, we just provided service role key. Why is it asking again? No, we don't have service role key. No, we do have it here. Not sure why. Then let's give it to the Kraken. And we don't need this one. Okay, dokie. So this guy, now fix this one, and public meetings does not exist. Okay, that's fine. The table do not exist yet. And it has, oh my God, look at that beautiful animation of the thing. We'll see this in just a minute. Look, Ash, ABC. It didn't get, no, it didn't create the tables yet. It didn't. Therefore, the table meetings are missing here.
But it's creating the SQL.
It should create the SQL, and then I will copy paste the SQL to thing to the, so that I will prompt it here so that it can tell me where did it put the SQL. Here, it put it here. I think I can just do it without the LLM. So I have to go here in the tables editor. Sorry, SQL table editor, and then create a new snippet, and then execute these tasks. No rows affected. That means it worked, and I got this meetings table. And now if I go to my localhost, refresh, there we go. We got our tables. So Claude Code now ran. I can see, oh my God, look at that, it worked. It is Claude, yes. But one thing it didn't get right is like, I am writing here, and it's not working. So title is required. I'm going to put some title. There we go. Look at that, heading one. But it's not formatting it properly, and it's not previewing it. Claude could lift the preview feature. And I believe, oh, sorry, it was just a toggle. It didn't, this component has the preview feature. It just didn't, it's just a, yeah, by default, it should be maximized. I'm going to prompt it to maximize. This is probably full screen, yeah.
So as the next step, if I want to fix things, for instance, or if I want to minimize things in the Markdown editor, maybe like for user experience, don't need 20 of them, or just 5 of them. So I have to give it prompting and fix it afterwards.
So the question is, just for the microphone for others, the question is like, if I want to change this, or you want to ask it in the microphone?
So from a UX perspective, if I don't want the users to have like all these editing features in the Markdown editor,
yeah,
and I want to have, let's say, 3 or 5 of them, which are the most necessary ones, and I want to avoid the rest of them, do I have to give a full prompt to tell it, remove all of these features from it, or should I tell it that use a different kind of a library for this editor, which has just these 5 lightweight options, and I don't want to have the rest of them?
I see what you mean. Okay, okay. To be honest, let me come to that in just a minute. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. It's going crazy. Let's restart it. So
the screen.
Yeah, I killed it myself. Oh. It went crazy. It's kind of like, oh, okay. That's the whole problem. That's why it went crazy. For some reason, it went in the mirroring. It should duplicate screen mirroring, mirror, like this. Okay, now it's fixed again. So the answer to that question is, since it as the tasks, the context, referring directly to that one change should do the job. And when you do, we're not going to stop here. We're going to do some modifications. And since you were the product manager, you come back on the seat, you do some modifications so that we can fix it. Not like one prompt, saw it, go home. We're going to fix something. But let me quickly fix the Claude, and then we will come and do some modifications. So, I mean cursor, not Claude. So what is it saying? Still missing the, it should not miss. Why is it missing? So this guy also has an error. Let's quickly fix that. It's the Markdown error. Okay. And once this is fixed, we are going to git push this. And then once this is fixed, we are going to, okay, this is fixed. I can see things. I can change things. Where's the save button? Update and cancel. You remember the cancel button? That's there. And I can refresh the page and make sure the change happened. That's nice. So I think this is pretty much good for, there are two close buttons. That's an hallucination. We're going to fix that in just a minute. But let's actually save it first. It was this one. CRUD stands for create, read, update, delete. Oh, actually, we don't have a delete feature. We can add a delete feature. Maybe that's one feature that you can request. But let's see what happens here. Failed to load. Please try again. Perhaps it doesn't have the tables. And we'll find it out in just a minute. Let's give 3,000 to the other guy and 3,001 to this guy. Okie dokie. So now this 3,001 is our $3,000 is Claude code. 3,001 is still missing the tables. I think it needs to fetch the tables properly. And also, let's quickly check the cursor status update. I think it also did the stats update, so we can see where are we standing right now. It went down. Maybe because it added some more tasks in the bottom. So at least the drawer and everything is done, but fetching and displaying meeting minutes is not done. So therefore, we still are looking for cursor to continue. What is it saying? Fetching meeting minutes. What's the console error? I don't see any console error. Oh, it's still working. Okay. And it's updating the tasks, so we didn't see the latest update tasks. Okay. And we can already ask Claude code to continue doing whatever it's doing. I'm not sure if any task is left on the Claude code side, right? Make interface responsive, add keyboard accessibility reports. Yeah, feature-wise, task Claude code was done, right? All the features were done. So let's make this thing run, and then we will take questions. Still stuck with the same thing again and again. It's just that the tables are not there, and it doesn't know how to fix that. Let me do it the old school way. So it's looking for meetings table, and we need meetings table here. We have meetings table, right? The columns might not be the same, so title content created, title content created, title. It doesn't have content, so I'm gonna add a column called content. Of type text and save it. And updating column, transcript created, go.
That's a Supabase database?
Yes. has some triggers. Not sure. Let's give it to AI. I'm too tired to fix this. Oh, it's still running. Okay, so the next steps for Claude is irrelevant. I'm going to just interrupt it in git stash, so it doesn't do any further changes, so that it doesn't break anything. Okie dokie. This is one of those times when you really want to pull your hair out. It's saying that run this thing. Okay, I'm going to do that. Let's just, for the sake of duplications, delete that so that it doesn't interfere with whatever is coming to this guy. There we go. And now, don't show me any error, otherwise I'm going to punch my computer. Okay, dokie. So this is done. And title, date, and whatever. Save. Didn't work. Let's check out the table. It created me things. And it didn't save. Okay, perhaps that task is not implemented yet, okay? And also the task of you can see that the markdown WYSIWYG editor is not done. So if I ask the thing, now the error is gone, thank you so much. Thank you actually so much. You know, by saying thank you and please, Sam Altman says that we are burning a lot more. I just want to burn some more, but then I realize, oh, I have kids. They're going to suffer. So let's play green. The error is gone. Can you now update all the tasks of Taskmaster so that I can know exactly where we are standing? So at least from the speed, right now, Claude Code was a winner. But I'm going to change my mind once I have enough experience in both of them. Because I have 5 months of experience in Cursor, but I don't know 5 hours of experience in Claude Code. It's not a good comparison, but it would be really nice if I would do it with someone sitting there having 5 months of experience or 3 months of experience with Claude Code. And I did this 5 or 6 years or 7 years ago. I was the captain circle of developers circle in Factory Berlin. It's a co-working space thing. We had 500 developers in that circle. And I did a React Native versus Flutter. We had 2 screens. The video is on YouTube somewhere. And we built the same app at the same time. And this was an inspiration from that time. So let's update this and see what's there. All right, so fetching, adding editing drawer, and where is my WYSIWYG editor, Markdown? Do you see Markdown here somewhere? I don't see any Markdown task. Perhaps it never got it in the... Yeah, there is no Markdown task for this guy. Do you guys see Markdown? Display a single meeting and really... No, it's not a task here. It says, next task is to work on task on implementing meeting minutes detail view. The detail is, okay. It's the next task. So since this is right now a working situation, I'm going to add this to the database, added database integration and list view. Okay, and I'm going to ask this guy to continue to the next task. It's like anyways asking me if I want to go to task number 7, which is implement the detailed view. And now it's going to create the subtasks, and hopefully it's going to create this. Now is the good time for Q&A, because I'm going to run. Go.
Why don't you have Why don't you have the Supabase on your own cloud, self-hosted?
Because I have 24 hours in a day. I didn't have time
Yeah,
to do
but
that.
then
It's
you're
possible.
giving away a lot of money, no?
Yeah, it's possible, yeah. Okay. Any other question? There is.
I was wondering, like, so cursor has to always wait for the next task? Like, it doesn't go automatically task by task?
Sorry, what's the question?
Cursor has to always wait for the next task?
Cursor waits for the next task?
Yes, because it says pending, like it doesn't continue?
Oh, you mean, can it run tasks in parallel?
Not in parallel, but even sequentially, but why doesn't it go the whole way?
Oh, I see. Why the YOLO mode is, you're saying why the YOLO mode didn't work. I don't know, like the YOLO mode sometimes gets stuck. I could successfully run it 15, 20 minutes in a row. Sometimes it gets stuck either with that €200 bounty thing, or with this kind of like asking, do you want me to go to the next step or so. But if you hardly prompt it that don't ask me this question again, and then you keep doing it again and again, their RAG is very good. It remembers it. Despite the fact that the question is like, I don't know, 15 prompts before, it still remembers it and then it doesn't ask. But these are small little things that are going to be very, very soon out of the question. And these products are like 3 months old, 5 months old, 6 months old. These particular features, not products, but features. So I believe this world of AI-assisted development is going to change dramatically. So here you see now the tasks are updating, and I just saw one thing, React Markdown was used here. I'm not sure which Markdown was used here, but it's okay. Okie dokie. Man, this session turned out to be very nice. I really like the storyline. Daniel coming here and showing us this. Everything went super cool. I hope the final product here will be nice, and we can compare one-on-one the two of them, and then maybe by a show of hands we can see which one is a better one. This was purely vibe coding, yeah. Because the N8 was, which one is a better one? On 11th of June. This is part 2. So part 1 was N8, part 2 is thing. Now, since this is going to be kind of a supplementary part of you guys, because yesterday with 10 hours we couldn't finish everything, and we needed 20 hours. And since I'm going to go busy, like really crazy busy from now to next 2 weeks, and I don't want you guys to wait for that. And then this content should do the job, and also my course. So you guys should be able to already start your vibe coding series. But anywhere you got stuck, shoot a question in the WhatsApp group. I will help. And maybe on ad hoc basis, we can jump on multiple calls of 1, 2 hours, 1, 2 hours, 1, 2 hours. And then we'll make sure that all 10 of you are, or I think 8 or 9 of you now go up on the speed. Okay, so it literally finished the task 7. Let's check. I almost git commit, git pushed. So let's check the task. 7 is done with all the subtasks. Now it's 33% done. This means now the what was it? Did the raw review? Let's just keep continuing without checking to see. Let's do it. Let me actually do another prompt. Let's do all of them together. Okay. Now
Can I
let's
ask
see.
one question meanwhile?
Yes, please.
So for what you have done so far, how long could it take for a senior developer? And how long can it take for a junior developer?
That is a very good question.
Mid-level included? And how would you compare that in terms of outcome, not output, to a wipe coder who has not coded before?
I didn't get the second part of your question.
How would you compare that with a wipe coder who hasn't coded before?
Okay, so how long will this product take a 3-level developer and 2-level vibe coder? A newbie vibe coder and an experienced vibe coder? That's your question.
You can put it that way, yeah.
So the senior developer, 1 day, I would say. I could do this in 1 day. Obviously, like we're not talking about 1996. We're talking about, let's say, 2015. Or maybe 2015 is still too early. Let's say 2018. There is at least some IntelliSense, some TypeScript, something that will make my life faster. I can do coding faster. So 2 days, let's say. What I just did here while explaining, if I was not explaining it, I would do it in 1 hour. So 1 day. So my 1 day, I'm a senior developer. My 1 day is now reduced to 1 hour. A mid, let's say 2-3 days. A junior, 1 week. And a newbie vibe coder, Daniel can explain because he went through that journey. Perhaps this much work for a newbie, 5 hours. I have no idea. 5 hours. And for a senior vibe coder, knowing all these little tools around it, 1 hour. Same as the senior guy. Because now it's the difference between a senior vibe coder and a senior vibe coder and an experienced developer, the only difference is the output quality of the code.
Yeah.
Because a senior developer can catch problems on the fly, and the senior vibe coder, not being a developer, cannot catch the problems on the fly. Like that local.env.local that was going through the cracks, I caught it like on the fly. Probably a senior vibe coder cannot catch that on the fly because it depends if in 2 months those senior developers going through my content. I mean, 2 months.
Okay.
Like
one follow-up question in terms of security part. How do you see the future teams working in terms of wipe coders being part of the team? For example, I as a product manager comes in and I see, okay, these developers are working on something very high quality stuff. And I got 2 hours and I need some feature done, which is urgent, but doesn't need to be high quality. I can just ship an MVP or MVF in that
I
case.
see what you mean. Okay.
And I just come together with them, solve them the problem. It's not done very nicely, but it's done and it's out there and the users could use it.
That's a very good perspective, to be honest. I believe there might be special teams for spitting off things to throw away. That's a very good perspective.
Because I see it changing my daily work.
Yeah.
Working with developers.
Yeah.
I see it changing my perspective on things regularly every
Yeah.
single day, and I'm not exaggerating at all.
Yeah.
For me, it is like this because I have a coding background. Maybe if I would not have this background, I would have only business background.
So right now you're a product manager, but
Yes.
you used to be a programmer.
Yes.
And
So I
where
like
where are you working? Not necessarily where, but like how big is the company? What do you
it's
guys
a
build?
50 people team, but the
Okay.
development team is very small, under 5.
Okay.
So before, like I worked as a developer for a very short period, like approximately 6 months. This is why I have like the basics of like things here and there. Like I worked with React, Node.js,
I see.
MongoDB, etc., etc. Then afterwards, I worked as a data scientist for 2 years.
I see.
And I worked mostly with Python, and it was nothing to do with front and back end. I was just data
Yeah.
cleaning, machine learning algorithms,
Okay.
day in, day out. So not too much touch with building software, but rather more data oriented.
Okay.
So this gives me like the base for things.
So now you basically see the whole life cycle
Yeah.
so transparently that normal product managers not having that coding background do not see.
Yeah.
And therefore, I think the value of vibe coding to you is way much higher.
It's skyrocketing for me personally.
Yes.
Because for me, being close to code in some form had always been important. Like I previously worked
Yeah.
in a conversational AI company, and there, when ChatGPT was released, in the second sprint, I remember we released some features internally for us, not for our users because of GDPR. And also, we needed to be much more GDPR compliant in order to make sure that we're using AI in the right way. As I said before, like I had the privilege of using ChatGPT itself in 2020.
Oh, you mean what was the version?
2020 when it was
2 or
open
3?
for beta users.
Yeah.
And because of our startup being shortlisted under top 50 startups, they gave us the privilege to use it and get some feedback on this, how we will be integrating it into our tools. If you are familiar with Wizard or UI Wizard, people call it, it
How
was
is
with
that
us in
called?
the
UI Wizard?
Yeah, they were with us in the same page.
Okay.
If I remember correctly,
Yeah.
I hope they were the ones.
Yeah.
So that was the time when we were
That is
like
amazing.
working with
Like,
it.
I mean, right now it's boggling a lot of people's minds. Like, what do we do with this? A lot of people will lose their jobs, but
That's the unfortunate part, and this makes me
yeah,
sad
but
as well.
that's okay because it's going to generate a lot of new jobs. It's going to generate.
I'm not sure about the a lot part.
There
Let's
is
be
a
honest
no,
here.
no. I will find that slide for you.
Because Daniel
There's-
can make his own software now.
Hold on, it's
Daniel can make his
generating
own
jobs.
software.
Let me
So
show you.
There will not be another company doing that.
No,
Just
it's going to
kidding.
generate jobs. Oh, my WhatsApp is like that. You see,
Yeah.
it's a lot of things. Somebody sent me a screenshot of one of these big conferences happening somewhere around the world. He sent me, or she sent me a picture of a slide deck where what's the biggest data? Some studies happening right now in the world showing how many jobs are going to be disrupted from the bottom. People are going to lose the job. How many people are going to not be disrupted, and how many new jobs are going to be created. And it's like this much versus this much. So the amount of newly created jobs are way more than the amount of jobs that are going to be disrupted. For example, me. I used to write code for food, for a bowl of rice. No, I used to charge really good. Like I charge 150 euros an hour. So now what I do, I come here. It's a totally new job for me. Why? Because I saw that it is so powerful. I need to get this thing out to the world. This is a new job for me. It would not be possible if this was not because of this IT revolution. And I have seen a lot of my other friends doing the same thing. So it's
maybe not jobs, but entrepreneur.
Can I also see the microphone there? Because you ask really good questions, Mary.
The harsh work is a different thing. But this will be the slowest.
Go ahead, because I'm curious about what you say.
No, it's a side discussion. I was just saying that I wish we see robots trying to replace the harsh work, like construction, roads.
I think it's also
would
going to
love to
be
see this,
disrupted.
but it's so slow. It's going very slow.
Wait for Boston Dynamics' new
Yeah, exactly.
release.
I hope.
I heard you saying a very good thing about entrepreneurship. Can you ask your question on the microphone, please? You just said like it's going to give birth to my. I heard you saying that it's going to give birth to entrepreneurs or something.
Much more entrepreneurs, because there are a lot of stories on social media of people building, vibe coding an app. Within 6 months, the app is ready and they exit after being on the market for just 3 months.
And how much was the number? Do you remember the number? $80 million.
Yes, this story, exactly.
It's the story
So-
of base 44.
Exactly.
Damn.
So I'm not sure about having more jobs on the market, but I feel like people will just be more entrepreneur just because there will be less opportunities in terms of job opportunities, but nowadays with the tools and the creativity, you can basically do your own stuff without going into the job market road.
I also have very similar perspective, and I think, imagine this: how much software does the world needs? A lot more. There was one question here, and then
sure.
The amount of software that the world needs is almost unlimited, and it's gonna just change the way this is working. And I believe a lot of more entrepreneurs are gonna be born, and you're absolutely right in that sense.
I mean, directly about that, in the end, by now you can build software for every problem you have. That's what people are doing. They find a problem and then they just, yeah, okay, I'm gonna build a solution.
Exactly.
So
like, look at the
unlimited-
software, this vibe stage. I wanted really to capture this moment and project it without any editing feature.
Yeah.
And literally, this software was born. And it took me literally 20 hours to build this software. And every single minute of that is recorded. Out of necessity, you build a piece of software.
Yeah.
I just think, will software as
Benjamin?
a service?
Give the microphone to.
Oh, go ahead.
So I think the only question that I have then, if everyone will be able to code and create software, will software as a service that people pay for still exist? So will people pay for the software that I created if they can code it themselves?
No, SaaS is dead. Like Satya Nadella,
Yeah.
the CEO of Microsoft, says SaaS is dead. And that exactly means this, that software as a service business is dead. Everybody is going to use it. It's more service as a business. You receive a service regardless of the software subscription, and then you charge for that.
Okay.
And that, Arfaan has a question.
If SaaS is going to be that, and I listened to that conversation fully, what you're talking about, I, at this point, do not fully agree with, because we are talking about building stuff here people can use, and maybe it will have an AI element. So SaaS plus AI can be an integration that will work in most of the SaaS. Otherwise, maybe SaaS will not work. But on a personal level, I think there could be SaaS for
true.
simple
There-
things.
I mean, there will be a pricing thing, but the requirements will change so fast that the big companies cannot catch up with. And then, like, look at this. Right now in this software, I see a requirement. Like, when you're talking, your face should be like this, zoom in. And that's possible with AI. And if this was a software that I would buy from somewhere, do you think I could get this kind of a customized feature?
So I wanted to ask one question about that, but before, I think it's integrated. Two questions I have. One is, when you mentioned about teams, that teams functions could change in some form. Maybe accelerators for startups could also change in some form. For instance, like you here teaching, someday XYZ come with some idea working together with you, not having full picture. And another day, you continue doing this and you get people like that. And then you work on ideas together and it turns into companies like what she explained. I think this can also be a very much accelerated process, because maybe I'm coming from one background, but another person can help in some other background.
Diversity, yes,
Diversity can
yes.
come into play in terms of skills. And these tools can leverage that.
Yes.
And then the question for me to your product would be, why don't you sell it?
Because I don't, this is the thing, like I don't want to get involved into selling software. It's
Why
not
not?
my business, because open source, it's a stressful, it's a subscription, it is VC, it is doing a lot of things. By the way, I'm working on another business that we're doing a launch on 1st of August. Now, Mary, I believe you that, what did you say in WhatsApp group this morning?
You're not a human.
I'm not a human.
Oh, so you are the one who said that.
Yes.
and now I'm working on a new business with a business partner. We are coming in the market, but it's not SaaS. If I make this, charge people 20 euros per month for this, it's a new edict for me. I'm going to open source it. Why? Because I want to have this kind of a user experience. Now imagine having like 3-4 nice iPhones around the room. you will get this kind of a very high quality video, not this kind of crappy video from this webcam. And the
think one
video
of the people who
production
could
will
use
go
it was
through the
also
roof.
Daniel.
And Daniel,
It
I'm
can be
sorry,
something in your area for.
it goes to video production. Like,
Yeah.
imagine what can happen with this. And in a lot more, like literally I was generating a reel. I was generating these reels that you can swipe with a software called Opus. And I say like, well, what I'm seeing here can be done in one weekend with vibe coding inside Vibe Stage. And I was like, why am I going to pay, I don't know how much did I pay, 49 euros or something to this company? And I'm going to churn from that company very soon because I'm going to put that as a feature here. And therefore, I'm looking for contributors here. Please, let's build the software very well. Arfaan had a question there.
So you said that you took 20 hours to build that software right there, right?
Yeah, it took me 20 hours.
So in the future, as we go into future, the LLM models or AI agents will get more and more better. So most likely in the future, we might even get to see like 10 minutes of time. You'll get a complete.
Exactly.
So at that point, do you think like new businesses in tech side will form? Like people will start randomly creating their own services at that point,
Exactly.
like, literally.
At the speed of speaking. Yeah.
So do you think like this will definitely disrupt the economy?
In a positive way, yeah.
Yeah.
Because look at this. Like, let's argue it from this perspective. I give this example of the 16-year-old kid in a rural Indian or Afghanistani or Pakistani village. If a doctor can be equipped with a piece of software that is written by a 16-year-old going to school for a bowl of rice that the doctor gave him, and the doctor can become more productive in his daily work, the underlying thing enabling that is software. So the world needs like a lot more software. And if we enable everyone to build software, the whole world will elevate. So that doctor in that rural area could only see 5 patients per day, now can see 50 patients per day, for example. So definitely it's going to disrupt the whole world. Can I get the microphone?
All this while we've been using LLM to build applications, but no, like applications up. Do you think there would be a time where LLMs would let us build a Docker itself, AWS itself? We use a lot of Docker, we use AWS, everything, but do you think LLMs would come to a stage where we can build a Docker itself? We don't even need to use Docker anymore. We can have our own platform of Docker. Like,
absolutely. Like, it's just the complexity of Docker is possible today. You could build a Docker with vibe coding. It's just
with vibe coding?
Yes, definitely. Why not? I mean, I built this thing that runs C++ on the top of this. This software runs C++ under the hood, Objective C++. And combined with JavaScript in a way that it works. It's Electron.js. If I show you, how can I show you? Like, this is Electron.js, it's JavaScript, but interfaced with C++ so that when I swipe, it can go in that next virtual. It's a native feature, it's bridging. If that kind of complex, I've never written C++ in my entire life. Oh, well, in 2001, we had a subject in deployment information technology, but after that, I've never touched a C++. So, yeah, there is one question.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I find this very inspiring, and I also like the change from like very detailed and hands-on to now a more philosophical vision seeking. And I was wondering, like, if we look at SaaS, if there is not like a new kind of whole model coming up where you have a complex base software, like for example, I came from marketplace software, and it just gets so complex in terms of the whole feature composition. So how about there's some kind of vibe featuring on a complex base software? So I, as some user, I want to set up my own marketplace, but I have these specific needs for features,
I see.
and I can kind of vibe code them on top of this, and out of that whole, like if you combine this with open source, there might be already these features half set up or partially set up, so I can kind of vibe code it together, but I have this solid base that I can build on top.
That's wonderful. If I understood it this way, that you're saying that it's not just code that can be vibe coded, it can be vibe marketed, vibe product design, vibe whatever. Is that what you're
Yeah, because it seems that more and more it's all about the product description and the feature description and the kind of vision and the description of the use cases and understanding the use cases. And they might be very diverse and very specific. And so if there's a solid base and there's a system that knows itself how to update itself, like how to create new features, and I'm just seeing like this marketplace setup with all these kind of different specific
so kind of like a plug and play marketplace, like you can buy things from a marketplace, and then that marketplace will provide you all these little plug and play things, which is actually happening here. Look at this. When you go to NA10 and then you go to the, let's open any NA10 workflow here, templates. This is the marketplace of all those little pieces of thing, 3,000 of them. For example, let's say if I want to do Gmail inbox labeling, which I use for one feature, somebody put it there for free. If I open it, this workflow takes, actually by chance, this is the same one that I'm using. This is copy the JSON, NA10, off the shelf in just a few seconds. What I'm doing is I'm creating a workflow that is managing my inbox. So when I open my email, all my emails are labeled properly. That's the powerful marketplace. And you can also extend it. You can literally put another thing in here. It's yours. It's open source. So please, microphone.
So in terms of code, okay, sounds great. But on the other hand, for instance, performance, let's talk about page speed. How would we go about that? If we ask an AI to create us this code, these pages, these features, and it is creating us all of those things. But what about the performance of the software itself?
I think this goes back in the same direction of like, how about the quality of the software we're building?
Yes.
So the performance of the software is directly correlated to the, it's still running, that's good. So I just want to make sure that meanwhile we are talking, cursor is also working. So the question is, how good is the quality of the software that we vibe code? The answer is that this software didn't break. Vibe stage didn't break in the past 4 hours, 3.5 hours. And we were running vibe stage for 10 hours yesterday, it didn't break. It's 100% vibe coded project. Now, this is a tiny project. We are yet to witness big vibe coding impacts, and also big vibe coded software that breaks. But there was a Klarna thing that they removed the field or something, 40 million or whatever. But the question is it only happening with vibe coding?
No.
No, it's also happening with normal people. Like when people are also coding, it's happening.
But on the other hand, there you have senior developers who are doing the review. There's a whole process for it, for the quality.
But it also slips through that problems.
Yes,
There
it
has
does.
been problems in production from non-vibe coded software.
Yes, it does. But on the other hand, the ratio is way different.
Where's the metrics?
The metrics for
Like there is no
Okay,
benchmarking
so
on the ratio.
for vibe coding, there is
we can't benchmark.
we
Tayyab,
cannot compare
we
it.
cannot benchmark this thing that is 3 months old, and we have enough data to benchmark it. That okay, the number of problems happening.
No. I don't want to benchmark it. I want to come to a place of vibe coders developing it to understand like where the quality of software is, because most of us who haven't built the software themselves are not aware of the nuances of the software. We go into the building part, but we forget about the nuances part of it because we don't know it.
I agree with you. Like, I wouldn't trust a vibe-coded bank application to do my wire transfers.
Let's go to the e-commerce part where I want to show quick results to my users and they can find everything very quickly. So for that, just for the search part, there are very, very good tools and softwares out there. For example, Agula TypeSense, just to give me quick results, because if it takes longer, I'm going to go and jump to a competitor. So from a business perspective, from a user experience perspective, those are very important things.
Again, we're running around the same circle. Like the quality of the software written vibe coded, non-vibe coded, is totally dependent between the two Git commits and Git pushes. In between whatever happens, it is the developer's responsibility.
Okay.
I have checked out in between whether I read the code or I don't read the code, whether I vibe code or I don't vibe code. The next commit goes to the Git, or the pull request being approved goes to production, is the responsibility of that individual developer, whether that individual developer is a vibe coder or not. So it's a personal responsibility of a person. So therefore.
One question I asked a developer in the interview recently, and 3-4 of them didn't answer that. One did answer that, and we are going to hire.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Didn't you say, it was a while ago, but you said that people are already developing agents that sort of analyze code for its security and for like security issues or something like that. In the end, if it's a developer checking the code for how efficient it is and whatever, at some point there are going to be agents doing exactly that. Like it's just more and more agents supervising each other, and then this agent controls the output of that one, and then is built in a way that it only focuses on efficiency, and then the other one focuses on security of the code, and they go back and forth. Isn't that what's going to happen like really, really soon?
Absolutely. You just nailed it. Like the amount of nuances, that Tayyab was just talking about earlier, performance, for example, it's going to be one specialized AI agent taking care of performance. We were having this conversation with a DevOps engineer who sits in this room. Like in DevOps, like we have a lot of little small fixes that if we do, we can save a lot of money on our AWS cost. And that's going to happen. And I want to do something. Look at the time, guys. We said we were going to stop at 10 o'clock, and it's 20 minutes past the time that we are allowed to be in this room. But it's absolutely fine for me to take some blame tomorrow because we're doing it for a good cause. Pardon? Yeah?
So sorry about this in advance, but I hate vibe coding myself. I'm so sorry about that. Like, I'm just using it right now because I'm at the beginning level of my career, and I'm doing AI engineering. I don't have anything in front end, so I'm using for that. But do you think, like in the future, those companies that hire new interns and stuff, they'll stop hiring them?
Do you hate vibe coding because you cannot find a job, or you afraid that you cannot find? What is the reason that you hate vibe coding?
I think it's my personal thing. I don't know, but I just love.
Can you
to
share
know,
your personal thing with us, please?
Yeah, like I just love like this, knowing everything from basic, like ground
But you
up.
can still do that and do vibe coding.
I don't know, because whatever I do with AI and stuff right now, I'm not using.
It's so abstract, you're saying.
I guess so.
I'm not sure if, how can I answer that? Like you're saying that I hate productivity.
No,
I'm
no, no, I
hearing
hate-
this.
Because
you're
somehow,
saying,
hold
like,
on. Somehow, like using AI is
Arfaan,
limiting.
you're just right now saying like, I hate productivity. I hate being 100x productive. How did I make this software with C++? I don't know. I don't know C++ at all. But I made it possible. I did a job. Did I, 23 years ago, went to this coding school for 1 year in Peshawar to learn coding so that I can write code for 8 hours and get a bowl of rice? Or did I go there because programming was a high-paid job? It was the money, the outcome. Throughout my career, that was the case. I was always climbing the ladder. I started my freelancing career with 75 euros an hour. Recently, I was doing 150 euros an hour. And now what I'm trying to do is becoming more productive so that in the economy, I can contribute more and I can charge 250 euros an hour.
I just want to add to his point, and I'm going to give you the mic, sorry, for taking over the turn. There was a recent research by MIT where they were comparing the brain's activity of people using ChatGPT and not using ChatGPT. But again, this is a bit contextual.
It's an MIT research?
Yeah.
When writing essays.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on, please
But I
share
just
this
want
with
to add
me.
one thing. I just want
Do
to add
send
one
me
thing.
this research, okay?
It's open there. You can give it one search. I personally have to read it. I haven't read it, but this is what came in my feed, and I was like, it's very interesting to share.
Let's for the sake of capturing that
and
moment.
the second part you mentioned.
Wait a minute, Tayyab, let me quickly search it. What is it called? MIT?
MIT ChatGPT versus non-ChatGPT users research.
Brain productivity or something?
Yeah, brain productivity.
Is it
brain
this one?
activity, actually.
Okay, nice.
It's like it favors not using it because, but then it also depends.
Obviously, the critical thinking. Obviously,
Yeah,
what
so
just
it depends. I want to add one thing there regarding the critical thinking is if you do not use your brain critically anyway, you don't need ChatGPT or ChatGPT for that. So you need to find other ways to be critically thinking. And the reason I have been asking these critical questions today is also to challenge myself whether it's something I'm going to see in the future or not. Coming to your first part of the question, I'm afraid, I'm sorry, that there will be no interns hired in the future.
Yes.
You need to be already good in the university, in academics, and the story will not be yours or mine or anybody else in this room who went to universities to learn these things and make a living out of it. But rather, you will have to go to the market and prove yourself with a range of tools and skill sets together that you can build a persona out of those things. So your CV will be basically these tools that you can work with to build something, and not a paper of.
That's an amazing perspective. Yeah. Like what can you build? Yeah.
Sending a CV. No,
Yeah.
send me your.
What did you do?
Basically, like.
Imagine if somebody wants to hire Mark Zuckerberg. His experience has only one line entry. Meta. 20 years Meta. Exactly, not diverse enough.
One more thing. So I personally like to do research and stuff. That's one of my thing, right? And I just said wipe coding and stuff. If everybody start doing that thing, right? Wipe coding. I think humans will end their productivity in that way. Like innovation will die in that way. Innovation.
Come on, that's the end of the.
There.
No,
we don't work.
Okay, I'm electrical engineer as well. This is my bachelor's. Okay. So specialization is electronics. Now I'm thinking in the future, like in 3 or 4 years, maybe there's still space for me to use those skills and work with Arduino and microcontrollers and stuff like that in order to build intelligent hardware.
Yeah.
So physics is still an open area. It will be for hopefully a bit longer, maybe forever. We don't know. So you have to find new avenues in order to challenge yourself and in order to find things that you can be interested about. Maybe coding was not there 20 years ago as a common thing for everybody, and it will not be in the future. Maybe it's a little more talking as we are doing. But you will have to find other things. For example, in civil engineering, you will have to come with creative ways in order to build homes and housing and sustainability, and those kind of things will be very, very important. So you'll have to think out of the box still. And if you don't do that, then you're out of the job.
No, I would just like to give you a proven fact. Just to give you a proven fact, I started as a founding engineer of a company, and I freelanced for the company for 3 months. I just vibe coded. Okay, I vibe coded. I was able to pull off a product. We raised more than 500K.
What was that? You made a what?
I vibe coded and built a product, and we raised a lot of money on the product. All I'm trying to tell you is
€500,000. You guys.
No. Yeah, my founders are good in the business. They did the
So
business.
they secured a funding.
Yeah, but we still get to build a lot more on top of it. But yeah, with just the demo, which I vibe coded and built an MVP in like 30 days. All I'm trying to tell you is I could have sat and tried to learn everything from scratch, but
the impact was the more important
exactly.
thing.
I did go through the code. It's not like I vibe coded and I just submitted my product. No, you vibe code, you get your output, then you debug, you decode.
So
it's about your learning style. So I'm a big fan of vibe coding, but I would just tell you, having a say that I'm against vibe coding, I personally tell in today's generation, it's like you're trying to say, I don't want to, as he said, the
Use
right
a car.
productivity. Productivity is the best word for it because it's a good fact, like to learn everything from scratch. Yes.
So I would like to add one thing here. You guys raised €500,000 in funding because of that software that you did.
Oh no, because the pitch deck, but they also showed a demo to a lot
but
of
let's
people.
put it this way. If I have 2 kids, okay, I have a life. If I can finish my work instead of 10 hours in 2 hours and save those 8 hours so that I can go and play with my kids, I personally, as a father, would do that.
Exactly.
Isn't that the case being a human, doing what you like to do?
But you can spend the remaining 8
Yeah,
hours
you
to
can
decode
play
your code.
guitars, do something else.
You can spend the remaining 8 hours to decode and debug your code and understand the code. Then spend 10 hours and not get to the first 10 lines of your code.
Yes.
That's the perspective I see it as.
I definitely agree with all of you, and obviously it's human to chase to improve the productivity of certain things in order to do other things and to free up time, as you said, for your children. But I think I also understand Arfaan's worries or dislikes about vibe coding because it's also a thing of control and like knowing what actually happens. Because, okay, this I feel like what I was gonna say is that we often, with vibe coding, for example, and with pretty much all new technologies, we often blindly trust the technology.
It's a black box. I don't know how the airplane
no
works,
clue
but
how it
I
works. Exactly.
buy a ticket and fly.
Yeah, which is surprising because humans are very controlling and humans like to be in control. So I think the worry is also, at least for me, the worry is just that we keep on, by using these things blindly, without knowing what really happens, we lose our urge or our like natural desire to control and understand things. And then that will lead on to other things. And then at some point it's the same with social media. Although we all know that we shouldn't trust all the news on social media, we still often do. And I feel like all these things are just going to develop into...
I just had a point that you have so much clarity about it, so you already know what you're doing. There are a lot of people out there who don't have clarity and who vibe code. But when you have so much clarity, I think vibe coding is the best for you.
But you have...
Because you do know the After Effects of vibe coding. A lot of people don't know the After Effects and they still vibe coding. For them, whatever you say applies. But when you really look back and reflect and you know, okay, when I vibe code, these are the... Everything has a pros and cons. When you know the cons, when you do something, you can definitely tackle the cons.
That's true, but if I still don't understand how it actually works, like I know the dangers of it, but I don't know it's actually...
Then you need to spend time to learn how it works than trying to learn how to code.
Yeah.
Like
Back to where we started.
No, because I published a paper on LLM and all of that. So I'm saying understanding how an LLM works is how transformers work would give you a lot of clarity about what's happening. It's not rocket science, it's very simple.
It's
Just
mathematics,
go and learn
yeah.
some. There's a beautiful video on how the transformer works. If you just see this one video by
Tell me here so I can put it together.
If you
Here.
learn anything in terms of visualization,
Tell me this video.
3 blue, 1 brown.
3 blue,
1 brown.
1 brown.
Yeah, his video on how
Yes, it is. Yes,
This
it
one
is
or this
long.
one?
But this dude,
Which
he
one?
has a Python library for all of these visualization that he is doing, and it's crazy and it's open source.
What's the name of the guy? Do you remember?
I
that?
don't remember his name, but that's this channel. That's where you see. That's the channel.
This
right
one?
there. Yeah, yeah. This is crazy.
Ah,
You
this
see-
one?
Yeah, and then this is about neural network, I guess. Yeah. So you can see he has visualized mathematics like Fourier transform and this and that.
Is it this one or something else? So that
But
I
this
can
is
also.
neural network. You can check LLM from the same guy, LLMs.
Hold on, so that it goes
Yeah,
under the
there.
recording as well. This
First
one?
Yeah. Large language models explained.
This one?
Yeah. And this is an amazing video. This one is not the long one. This is the short form video. I think he has one longer one as well. And